I finished my food. I finished my dailies. Well, kind of. Let me claim them real quick. So I was like, well, the song ended. That's perfect timing. What is it? Oh, it's Pop House. Alright, that is done. I just quit stereo. Laika! And hi, Red! Both of y'all are here before Rothy. Shake my head, shake my head. Let me just log in. Yeah, I'm gonna do NA first. Hello. Super heckin' cozy day. Literally just woke up. That was me. I woke up like an hour and a half ago, but I'm still very much asleep. It's so quiet. I forgot I have the game muted. I always have the game muted. Also, yeah, okay, that's good. Let me unmute. Gotcha. Even though there's nothing playing right now. I'm so heckin' cozy. Hi CD, how are you? Hope y'all are having a good Wednesday. It's hump day. Oh yes. Let me look at my little cheat sheet. I'm doing good, just so heckin' tired. Where is it? Today's Wednesday. Is Kaya Wednesday? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna do leeway. Oh, I need more gold. Sorry. That's a little bit better now. Scoot my chair in a bit. There we go. That's better. Alright. I don't know what I'm going up against. I mean, I probably do. I just forgot. I think I literally did this yesterday. For, because my EU account switches at 11. I was up that late. No, we're just gonna go with it. I love this team.
Hold the line. Time to shine.
Hey.
Attack! Watch out. This one's got your name on it. Hey there.
Easy. Easy. I don't know why I have to keep clearing my throat. Because I just ate, maybe. Kokomi will card carry because she's so good. She's so good. I use her for almost every team. And then my Siege Queen comes up second best. Kokomi is if I want to stay in like one spot. And then Siege Queen will be for if I'm moving around a lot. Because all I have to do is just do her bubble and she does so much healing. I kind of wish that her Q would do healing. But the damage is meh. So fast. Wish I got Siege Queen had a skipper to get Farina. Oh, totally understand that. Well, I hope Siege Queen will come back around pretty soon. Well, maybe not soon, but sometime in the next couple patches, surely. Surely.
Allow me.
This is order. Solidify.
Yeah, Farina's so good. I tried to get Farina on my EU account, but I just couldn't. I was really close, but the banner ran out. I was even guaranteed. But I got Yelan instead. So now my EU account has all pretty much the characters that I don't have on my NA account. Oh, and it didn't do the thing. I didn't even know. I wouldn't have even noticed. Am I fixed? Yes, I'm fixed. Okay. I think that was all 3 runs. If she gets a rerun, I would pull for her. Yeah! I have Sea Dream. Oh, there she is. I got her C1 on my NA account because she's so good. And this gives you more extra bounces. Oh, that's Rafi. I was like, what is happening? So I hear that this gets reset at the end of the month? I don't think so. Or the end of the patch, not the month. Well, close enough.
1 month cycle, 4 weeks.
For the encounter points?
Or which one?
This.
Oh, those? No, I don't think those ever reset. I thought you said Abyss. Really? I guess it is every patch.
That's what I'm so sad.
Huh.
I'm like, I mean, I don't have that much on my NA account, but my EU has over 300.
Same.
I'm so sad. I wish that they didn't reset. But I understand, like, imagine you have like 1,000 of
Once you
them.
reach your daily encounter point limit, store will be reset with certain versions once per year. Oh, 5.0.
Wait, where do you see certain versions?
5.0.
Oh.
It was probably 5.0.
Oh, I see.
Or it might be like 5.0 and 5.4. The half year. Whatever.
Maybe.
It kind of makes sense. Go play the game. It's a new version.
I get that.
Experience it.
Yeah.
You can't just save it up and spend a little bit of resin and be happy.
It is what it is, I guess. Alright, so I did those. I have enough to make one condensed. And then we'll just get started. Oh, this. Here we go. Poor Ormos, hell yeah. Oh, I meant to just like, okay. There we go. Hi, Nari!
I thought I told him to spray it with water to retain moisture before applying the film. You can't treat a glaze lily like a cactus. If Sanjay does this again, the loss will have to come out of his food expenses.
I'll go talk to him. At this rate, he won't even be able to afford eating cacti for much longer.
Hey, Tainari!
Oh, it's you two. It's been a while. What brings you to Port Ormos?
We didn't have anything to do, and this place looked pretty lively, so we decided to stop by. But, what's with all the flowers around here?
Well, Port Ormos is currently organizing a flower exhibition featuring flowers and plants from all over Teyvat, so I came to help out. The exhibition includes flowers from every corner of the world, each with their own unique properties and needs. With that in mind, the curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar capable of retaining heat and moisture. Even so, an expert is still required to develop tailored transportation and care plans for each type of flower.
Oh, and that expert is you, right?
Not this time, no. I'm just here to help out. The expert in charge is someone else.
Mr. Tainari! Sanjay! He confused the poisonous bulbs with garlic shoots, and he ate them!
Never mind. Forget about what I said about the food expenses. Apologies, Traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got something to take care of. I'll be back in just a moment.
Tainari's busy no matter where he is, huh?
Too many people are careless about what they eat. Too many people don't do as they're told.
Yeah, seems like it. Hey, don't look at Paimon like that. Paimon's super careful about what she eats. Well, looks like Tainari might be busy for a while. Let's take a look around the port in the meantime.
Wow, I should be doing this as Emily.
Flowers! They smell
Huh?
Something wrong? You feeling okay?
Paimon's, fine. She's just got
Paimon? You allergic or some shit?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
It's getting worse. Why?
Maybe you're sick. Should we go find Tainari?
But, I was fine just a moment ago. She didn't even eat anything weird.
Our voice.
A moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could try this incense.
Another magical incense that'll make us feel better, huh?
Incense? Oh, the scent is so nice. Wait!
You can talk normally now.
Whoa, that was fast. Paimon doesn't have to sneeze anymore.
Must have been the incense. Thank you.
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you two aren't from Sumeru either. Seeing as we're both travelers from abroad, it's
Gotcha.
only right that we help each other out should the occasion arise.
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too?
I suppose that's accurate. Ah, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Paimon is Paimon. Thank you so much for your help just now. Oh, and this is...
The Traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
She's so angry. I've heard a lot about you as well. Although I didn't expect to run into you in Sumeru.
What happened back there? Why did Paimon start sneezing all of a sudden?
Have you ever heard of hay fever?
I think so, but I don't know much about it.
To put it simply, when inhaled, certain pollens can trigger abnormal physical reactions.
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before and nothing weird happened then.
Well, we're all different. The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, the effects of certain pollens may seem minimal, but inhaling various types at once can trigger a more overt reaction. But there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively mitigated with the use of medication.
What? Coffee, thanks for the song with your prime.
There you are.
Oh,
Is
I don't.
everything all right? I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen in the air.
Yeah, Paimon was not having a good time, but Emily helped us out.
Emily? Ah, what a coincidence. Looks like my worry was misplaced then. The Traveler and Paimon are in good hands.
It was nothing, really. We happened to run into each other shortly after my arrival, and I offered them a bit of help, that's all. I'm more curious as to why you
What's
thought
up,
the Traveler and
Vivian?
Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable.
She's so cute.
If you were concerned the pollen might trigger a reaction, that must mean something similar has happened in the past.
Something like that, yeah.
Remember the first time we met? You fainted
Yep,
after inhaling
I was just thinking
Spirit
about that
Ordeal.
too. That was an allergic reaction? But Paimon was the victim this time.
Spirit Boreal didn't affect Paimon at all, and now she's the one suffering. It makes no sense.
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors. Some people are even allergic to almonds. It's not something you can generalize.
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything delicious.
Are you a doctor, Emily?
In a manner of speaking, although you could say the patients I deal with are rather unusual.
In addition to medicine, Emily is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native flora around Fontaine.
Oh, sorry.
And that's where my expertise ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tainari certainly comes out on top.
A flower expert? Oh, Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tainari mentioned, the one in charge of the exhibition!
Wrong again, I'm afraid.
Well, I
She's
did
on
come
the
for the
bed
exhibition, but
behind
only
me.
to inquire about the Auguste variety. I'm not involved in any official capacity.
Is this picture a hangout?
Oh, Paimon was sure she
I don't
got
think
it right
it's a
this
hangout.
time.
Chai! Tainari calling out Grandpa Almond. The Auguste variety? What's that?
It's a kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine. The perfume made from it also bears the same name, Auguste.
Auguste, huh? That's not a name you hear often nowadays.
In an ancient language, the word
Lots
is
of
said
meetings
to
today,
mean
that's
sacred and
okay.
noble. It's sometimes used as a name for people as well. Ah, that reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Fontaine known as Perfume Mania?
Not really.
Perfume Mania was an event that occurred in Fontaine nearly 20 years ago. It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes, marketing them as must-have luxury products, the very symbol of elegance itself. No one anticipated the absolute frenzy this would create on the market, causing the price of perfumes to skyrocket. The demand was twofold. What some saw as a status symbol, most saw as a money-making opportunity. You could take advantage of the soaring price by hoarding them and reselling at even higher margins. The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds of thousands of mora. This resulted in countless disputes and scams. But at the end of the day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic bubble that was never going to last. Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread.
I'm just
Many
trying to get
profiteers
comfy.
and scammers were thrown in jail as a result. In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected.
Yo,
when the
mama
bubble
is done. Hey, hey, hey. How are you doing today? That's good. It could have been a lot worse.
What does all this have to do with that Auguste you mentioned earlier?
Well, during the craze,
This is
the
Spice
most
and Wolf.
popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The
I'm
demand far
doing
exceeded the
good. Just
supply,
eepy.
to the point
Just
where it
glad
once
that you're
sold
doing
for
well
10
too.
million mora a bottle.
10 million? Then what about now?
Calm down, Paimon.
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Auguste was the only exception. Its namesake, the flower used to create it, went extinct. As a result, no new bottles of Auguste have been made, and the value of the perfume remains exceedingly high.
The flower went extinct?
Indeed. The Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially cultivated for use in perfume making. When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed in a fire. The variety has never been seen since.
But didn't you say you came to the exhibition to look for it?
Ah, yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has reappeared in Sumeru. It's causing quite the stir in the Fontaine perfume market.
Traveler, we should help Emily look for it.
It's just a rumor, Paimon. There's no way it's that easy to find.
I have to agree. Emily wrote me to ask if I could
Rothy,
look
this
into
is
the
giving
rumor,
me vibes
but
from
the forest
Free Run
rangers
last
haven't
night.
received any reports of new plant species recently.
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. I don't have any grand Mora making endeavors planned. Divine, noble, one of a kind.
Must collect
All
plant.
beautiful sentiments to be sure, but to me, they overshadow the very essence of the product. When it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige and focus on the beauty of the fragrance itself.
Wow, so noble.
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade counterfeit versions of Auguste have been popping up on the Fontaine perfume market. Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of Auguste, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Okay, that's more like the reason Paimon had in mind.
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to be made from the Auguste flower have appeared on the market. If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving the rumor to be false, Fontaine's perfume
So
market
this is
can
Flamme.
finally start to get back to normal. Then I'll be free from all
Maybe.
the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
That makes sense.
Flamma. Okay. I'm used to the E being like an A, like French, you know? Wait, how do those glasses work? What glasses? What? My glasses? The ones I'm wearing on my face? The other lady? Oh, okay, let's see. Either way, even if it's not for more, we can still help you
I
out.
would of course be grateful for your help, but I wouldn't want to trouble you.
I see what you mean, MD.
We're both travelers from abroad, so...
The
it's
master's
only
name
right
is
that we
Smell
help each other out.
Flama.
I suppose you're
Would
right.
you ask Morpheus how his glass work?
Then
If
you
I
have my
wanted
thanks.
to.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say.
Edred?
But you could always go
Edgar?
talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
Huh, I was just about to pay him a visit at the hotel.
Edgar? Who's that?
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition. He's also the most respected and experienced perfumer in the area. Back when he was still
my God.
working in Fontaine, Auguste was his creation.
I should also mention, he was my teacher, the one who taught me the basics of perfumery when I apprenticed in Sumeru.
So this guy was a famous perfumer in Fontaine, but then he came to Sumeru to teach people from Fontaine? It sounds confusing.
It's a long story.
Chai's
If you're
watching
interested, we
too.
can talk more about it when we see him. He should be staying near the hotel.
I'm just gonna teleport. Easy. Wait. Let's just switch to my Emily team. I'm almost wondering if I want to switch out Xiangling for Gaming. Is he even... He's built. I know he's built.
Got it. I'll start my warm-up routine.
Yeah, I'll do that. Why not?
Oh, look at all
I'll
the
try left.
flowers!
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and surrounding buildings. They're being used as temporary storage facilities and lodging for exhibition personnel.
Seems a bit excessive.
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make that Mora back?
Seems like they might have more to burn.
It's been so long, I almost didn't recognize you, Edgar.
Well, you and your brother haven't changed a bit.
Oh, yeah, all this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to business.
We need to talk about Kyria. Is he... Hold on. We have guests.
It's nice to see you again, Master.
Emily? Is that you? Oh, it's been years. Look at you. You're all grown up. I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine. It would seem the student has surpassed the master.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you the basics.
I have a bad
Hearing
feeling
you
about
call
this
me
guy. I'm
master,
calling it
well,
now.
I'm not sure I'm deserving of that title. I've taught many students here in Sumeru over the years, but I've yet to see one turn out quite as accomplished as you. You're the only one who can take credit for that success. And who are these two? I don't recall you mentioning them in your letter.
Ah, they're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Edgar.
Emily's friends. Well then, the pleasure
He said
is
that,
all
like,
mine.
Emily has friends?
And these two gentlemen? Are they friends of yours, Master?
Of course. We're perfume merchants from Fontaine.
Okay, Darth.
I'm Oud, and this here
When I
is
left
my
you, I
younger
was the
brother,
learner.
Blaze.
Now I am the master.
Edgar and the two of us are old friends. Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Merchant brothers?
You must be here to look for the August flower then.
Oh. Oh. Shut up, Paimon.
Huh?
I knew it was gonna cause a
Well,
reaction.
what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of a goose? Anyone in the business would be interested in the rumors.
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. We were just about to get into it, so you three might as well join in.
Okay.
I commissioned a few eremites to do some scouting for me. They searched all over Sumeru, but there were no sightings of the August flower. That being said, there are people in Port Ormos who claim to have smelled a unique fragrance on the streets. Definitely floral, but still distinct. Some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago. According to them, the fragrance smelled exactly like the August they remember from back then. A one-of-a-kind, divine, and noble scent.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have a bottle of August from back then.
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed over time. Very few perfumes can go decades without a change in scent. Auguste is even more prone to that kind of shift. Only a few bottles still exist in Fontaine, and their scent would have completely degraded by now. Although, could there be a flower out there with a similar fragrance?
Is Try
Or an
meowing,
accord with the
Rothy?
same base notes?
Impossible. If a goose were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago. The Auguste flower is back. It has to be.
Technically speaking, the scent wouldn't be
Yes.
impossible to
Is she
imitate.
meowing at you?
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people mention where the scent was coming from?
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent
She's
was
just
already
meowing in the
gone.
living room.
If I hadn't asked about it, they
Typical.
probably wouldn't have given the experience a second thought. Compared to things we see and hear, smells can be much easier to overlook.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the Auguste fragrance passed them on the street.
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out loud. Don't pay me any mind.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't rule out that possibility. I'll send some more people to investigate. You all traveled so far to be here. Why don't you rest in the hotel for a bit? Oud, Blaze, this is the key to your room.
Ooh, you've got the keys to the rooms? Do we get free lodging too?
My apologies. All the rooms
Yeah,
in
we're doing the
hotel
Traveler
are
in
accounted
Paimon.
for
Go to
and
bed at
free.
night, huh?
Most are being used for storage ahead of the exhibition, you see. I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute, but by the time Emily wrote to me, there was no more space left for her to stay.
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue. Guess that means there's definitely no space for us.
I should have been more considerate.
Calm
Here
down,
I am
baby.
with an entire
She's
hotel
back
at my
meowing at me
disposal and
again.
no place to offer you to stay, even after you made the trip all the way to Sumeru.
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight. Or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant specimens while I'm here in Sumeru.
I was just leaning over to pet her. I'm familiar with the Sumeru wilderness. I'll come with.
Huh, even
That
better.
was not good voice acting, sorry.
Although,
was so
would it be
monotone.
possible for me to leave some of my luggage here? It would be rather cumbersome to take it camping. It shouldn't take up too much space.
Well, about that.
Seems like Edgar and the others don't want anyone to stay near the hotel, but they're also trying not to arouse suspicion. I'm not just imagining things, am I?
Of course, no trouble at all. My brother and I will keep an eye on them for you, as long as you don't mind, mademoiselle.
All right then. Ood, why don't you take Emily inside and find a suitable place for her luggage? I'll prepare some
Alhaitham's
refreshments
house.
and join you in a bit.
Ah. They're in the synth business. You stay at Alhaitham's house. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Whoa.
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Edgar say he tidied up around here? There's still so many flowers. Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers. Looks like this exhibition is gonna be huge.
Do all perfumers have houses filled with flowers?
No, that's a florist thing. We work closely with the essential oils of various plants, but to maintain a sharp sense of smell, most perfumers prefer to keep their homes free of strong odors.
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
What's behind this door?
Oh, this room seems to be a connected suite, and my brother will be staying on the other side of the suite. Blaze, while you're out, why don't you bring our luggage over as well?
Oh,
Dun, 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 dun.
this is so uncomfortable.
Blaze!
Yes, of course.
So
All
sad.
right then, where can we find your
She's
luggage,
meowing.
mademoiselle?
Hi. Or she's
Blaze will go
pawing
fetch
at
it
me.
for you.
There's no way those glasses do anything.
It's
I want to
specific.
stay there.
In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from Fontaine. Could I trouble you to bring that back as well? It would be the perfect way to repay you for your hospitality.
How generous. I should thank you on my brother's behalf. You stumbled upon his weakness. He's aloof about most things, but alcohol is his one true love.
He's definitely the
Is that
villain.
so? Mr. Ood, Mr. Blaze, thanks for...
Hey! What are you doing?
That's Master's voice.
What's happening? Quick, let's go see what's going on. Quick! I think they're lacking any glass. Is this a cutscene? Oh.
Edgar!
Master!
Hey, Edgar! Are you alright? Can you hear
Not
me?
gonna read any minds?
Who
I
did
could.
this?
I'm gonna switch out
Kyria.
Gaming for Nihida then.
August.
Oh, goodbye. Good night.
Kyria.
Hey, Edgar? Edgar!
No,
Is he
don't
dead?
shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can
We'll investigate the scene. We'll try to see where the culprit went. I'll do that.
Thank you.
There are still so many places.
Oops.
I hope we're not too late.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle?
Only a small amount of liquid is left inside the bottle, and streaks of residue can be seen on the mouth and sides of the vessel. It seems like someone forcibly poured out whatever was inside the bottle. I have a feeling the liquid in this bottle is...
Really? You think so? Do you think whoever did this was hiding in the flowers before they attacked Edgar?
There are no footprints in the flower beds, and it doesn't look like any of the branches or leaves have been disturbed. Unless the culprit was your size, that would be pretty difficult.
True.
Is there any other clues that I'm missing? Oh. Talk to this guy.
I checked. It doesn't look like anyone passed through here.
Ikari! Hello!
That's
How are
impossible.
you?
It's not like that kid can just grow some wings and fly
Unless that
away.
kid is Paimon.
Oh, the culprit, I mean.
Read
It's
minds.
not like
Okay,
the
I'm
culprit could
sorry.
have just disappeared into thin air.
I'm not used to it. Damn it.
Well, we looked all over, but the only clue we found was that bottle.
So tired. Luckily I'm working from home today. That sounds lovely.
The most
I'm
important
also
thing we can do now
tired.
is focus our efforts on treating Master. Can you help me move him inside?
Absolutely.
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, I discovered a residue in his nose and mouth. Master was most likely forced to ingest a certain liquid. He's still unconscious, and inducing vomiting could obstruct his airways. We'll have to look into other clues for now.
We found this bottle just now.
Ah, yes. The scent is the same, but the chemical composition is still unclear. We'll have to do further tests to
Pepto-Bismol.
determine if it's the same liquid and how toxic it is to the human body. But first, I do believe there are two people who could shed some light on the situation. Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucien.
Wait, you know...
Hey! Were
The
you
jig's
talking
up.
to us, mademoiselle? I'm afraid we'd never heard of those names before.
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste.
These guys are not
There
smart.
were
No.
4 people in
No, they're
total.
not.
The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others. A researcher from Sumeru responsible for cultivating the Auguste flower, and 2 merchant brothers responsible for promoting the product on the market. The 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in numerous speculators and profiteers, inflating the price of Auguste even further. In the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should be out of prison by now.
And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine. You gonna
She's in it.
accuse them of being criminals too?
Every time your
I've been
brother
wrong.
called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to
Okay,
respond.
bye.
But when I called you Lucien just now, the name registered immediately.
Miss Emily, out of respect for your position as a
pets.
famous
Now you've been
perfumer
wrong.
in Fontaine, I'm
now
inclined
I've
to
been
believe
wrong.
that
Wrong.
is simply a poor
He-
attempt at humor. You
Like your
have
eye
a bright
color.
future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation as someone who throws around false accusations, especially among merchant circles.
You
She's
claim
not
to be
scared.
regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Just as I thought.
Amber wine wine is a perfume I created
What are
several
you
years ago.
doing?
It wasn't
Giving you a
particularly
bright idea.
renowned, but I'm certain
You have a
every
bright idea
respectable
now.
He's got a
perfume merchant
lantern on
in
top of my
Fontaine would
head.
know of
Over
it.
your head.
Over my
You
head.
want it on top of your head? There you
Until
go.
recently,
Now
they
it's on
were
my
living
head.
somewhere completely
You have a
cut
bright
off
idea.
from the perfume world. Somewhere like
Turn it off.
the fortress of
I don't have
Nerva,
any
perhaps?
ideas.
Emily, you little.
Your brain is idealist.
I've been missing the story. I'm sorry. Don't even think about it. Oh.
Don't misunderstand, Mr. Sylvain. I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago, the court has already passed its judgment. But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can about the person who has done this. If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I would imagine the two of you might also be in danger. So I'd like to trouble you for some information, if I may. Tell me about Kyria.
Fine, as you wish.
Sylvain,
Lucian, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already told most of the stuff to the Maison Orally anyway. You were right, Miss Emily. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucian, Edgar, and the researcher from Sumeru in charge of flower cultivation, Vijava. Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking, saddled us with a list of accusations, and started looking into our books. Oh, they did their meddling, and my brother Edgar and I were forced to serve time in the fortress as a result.
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in Sumeru?
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru so that he could put those events behind him. Still, Master was depressed for a long time after that. He stopped making new perfumes and focused on introducing students to the craft instead. That's how I met him. My parents had to relocate to Sumeru for work when I was a child, so I had the chance to study under him for a little while. But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher, Vijava.
Like us, Vijava was also staring down an investigation from the Marechaussee Phantom. But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much of the mora we managed to earn. All the Auguste flowers, everything we worked to create, was reduced to nothing but a pile of ash.
This guy's voice
Destroying
acting is on
all that
point.
evidence. Wouldn't that make things worse for her?
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
What?
sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this already?
Sylvain sounds more like a narrator. Yeah. It's also giving like Dottore vibes, just a little bit. So far, Kyria's name still hasn't come up.
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either. But you two seem quite familiar with him.
Kyria was Vijava's younger brother. He was just a clueless kid back then. Somewhere in his teens, I think. He helped his sister with her work sometimes, but that was pretty much it. He didn't have any idea what we were doing. Vijava kept him close most of the time. The 3 of us were probably the only ones who even knew she had a brother. After our operation was compromised, he disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying the Auguste flower had reappeared in Sumeru.
So, you think Kyria took something with him back then? Something that allowed him to reproduce the Auguste flower?
Vijava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her. If she left something behind before she died, believe me, Kyria's the one that has it.
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the Auguste flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to replicate the perfume itself.
So the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was August. Wait, does that mean August is poison?
Poison? No, no. Of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even small amounts can be dangerous, let alone ingesting a whole bottle at once. If Auguste could be considered a poison, we wouldn't have even sold half a bottle back then. Edgar fell unconscious because Kyria forced him to drink perfume.
What are we
It just
ingesting?
happened to
Perfume.
be Auguste.
Poison. Close enough. Strange. Sylvain seems nervous all of a sudden. Why did Kyria attack Edgar?
He
Good soup.
probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you the truth, I have
You're
no
scaring
idea
me.
why she did all that. We're not looking for Kyria because we have it out for him. We just wanted to see how he was doing. And, if possible, work together to bring back Auguste. We only went to prison for a bit of fraud and market manipulation. It had nothing to do with the product itself. As long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring his sister's memory.
So that's why you never mentioned Kyria during your interrogation?
Yes, exactly. We were just looking out for the kid.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in Auguste, or what to do if you ingest it, there are only two people to ask. Edgar or Kyria himself.
Well,
looks
at
so
least we're able
silly.
to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact Auguste. That gives us a direction for further testing. Well then, I'd say that was a very enlightening discussion.
Well, glad to hear it. Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit. With everything that's happened, there are things that need reconsidering.
Yes, of course.
And what, boy? Oh, sorry. They're still hiding something.
Ah, you think so too? That does seem to be the case. Pity we don't have more evidence.
I'm being licked.
But based on Sylvain's tone of voice just now, I suspect further questioning will only result in more made-up answers.
The way you exposed them like that, just based on a hunch, that was genius!
Are you really just a perfumer who looks after people in your spare time?
Oh, right! Earlier you said you were only sort of a doctor, and that your patients were unusual.
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter are already dead.
So you're a forensic doctor?
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marachese Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm
Oh my
in charge of
gosh.
clearing away the final traces my patients leave on the world. In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used as the base of perfume
Someone sounded
can also
odd
be
there.
made into a cleaning agent.
Okay, so I got an email. Well, it's not me. It's Rothy's email. But I know that everyone else that's on Twitch is gonna get one too. Starting October 1st, the increased price for new subs for mobile is $7.99 in our country. That's crazy. I've never subbed on mobile anyways. I always just go onto my computer, but that's awful. I'll always sub on desktop done, for sure. I mean, before it was like $5.99 or something like that, when it used to be $4.99. But now that it's $5.99, it's going up to $7.99. That seems really excessive. Existing mobile subscriptions in most countries will automatically renew at the new price. No action needed from subscribers. Not changing the price of Tier 2 or Tier 3 subs in any countries at this time. You'll continue to receive the same net revenue share on subs and gift subs. So this price increase means you will receive more per subscription. That's nice, but we're gonna have less subs, so does it really make that big of a difference? I don't think so. I thought they were just gonna keep it $5.99 on both. Well, not anymore, apparently. That sucks. Alright, little rant is over. Gonna continue. Inflation. Yep. Unfortunate.
Basically, there are two sides to forensics. Those who collect evidence to expose the truth, and those who clean up the smells, bloodstains, and other substances left behind at the scene. I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient. Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to Tainari and the officers at Port Ormos? We should update them on the situation.
Will do.
I'll stay here and continue to look after Master. Now that we have a sample of Auguste, I'm hoping further analysis won't be too difficult.
I see everything.
I hope we're not too late.
Okay. There's only a small amount of liquid left. It's a ghost. I'd say it's almost worth it to just buy a tier 2 sub at that point. But I don't know if the benefits would be better or different, other than like an emote or something.
Whoa.
Depends on the
Why the
stream.
rush?
Yeah.
Did something happen?
What? Edgar was attacked? He's the most famous perfumer in the region. Someone who's helped countless people around Port Ormos. How could this happen?
Sheriff, have you received any reports of a suspicious individual fleeing through the bazaar?
No, but we've got eyes all over the area. I'm sure someone's seen Kiria. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
What about you, Tainari? Do you have a plan?
I'm sure the sheriff can handle things over at the scene, and I doubt Emily needs my help looking after Mr. Edgar.
But she said she's not a real doctor.
Then she was far too modest. She may not be a doctor by trade, but she has a deeper understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology than most scholars from the Amorta Darshan. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Edgar's condition is related to perfume. Emily is certainly in the best position to help him. As for me, I'll head to the academia and see what I can learn about Vijava and Kiria.
Oh, that's right! Vijava was supposed to be a scholar from Sumeru. Do you recognize the name?
From Emily's letter, certainly, but that was the first time I'd heard of it. The academia produces a lot of scholars, and there are plenty of graduates who choose to pursue a career outside their darshan. I didn't have time to look into it earlier, but now it seems like Vijava's past could be critical to getting to the bottom of what happened to Mr. Edgar. I have friends in Sumeru City that can help me investigate. With any luck, we'll have news to share by tomorrow. I'll leave you and Emily to watch over things here in Port Ormos.
Okay. We're gonna wait till tomorrow. Yeah. Wait, what? Specific time? 7 to 11. Cool.
If you're not sure what to do next, well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But things weren't looking good with Emily's master yesterday.
Oh, I should have read the mind. I got too close. How's Edgar?
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very weak, but with a bit more rest, he should regain consciousness soon. My chemical analysis of Auguste also went smoothly, although it certainly raised some questions.
Questions?
I was able to identify the components that give the substance its fragrance, but I also noticed an abnormal trace of elemental energy in the sample.
Elemental energy?
Would that have an effect on the body?
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking, like mixing a single drop of perfume into the ocean. I had to use one of the newest tests developed in recent years to even detect the traces present in the sample. Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect, even if you use the product every day for 10 years. As for whether Master's condition was caused by the elemental energy present in the sample or some other component of the perfume, it's still too early to say.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tainari come and find you? Maybe we could ask him to take a look.
I received a message from him last night, but I haven't heard anything since. The message said he was looking into some information at the academia.
Oh, Paimon thought he might have stopped by to see you first. Excuse me? Is Miss Emily here?
Holly!
Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Traveler, Paimon, you're here too!
Kale. Ah, of course. Tainari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Oh my god.
And please, no need for formalities.
I almost fell
Emily
off.
is just fine.
But she caught herself.
Okay.
She's so smart.
Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emily. Did Tainari send you here, Kale?
Okay, girl?
Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to rest. I'm fast on my feet, so it only made sense for me to come and give you an update. Anyway, based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of Vijava ever passed through the academia.
Well, could it have been an alias?
Master considered that possibility as well, but the name wasn't the only dead end. Master tried to track down people with a similar research direction or background, but also couldn't find a match. How is that possible?
So pretty, Chai. So pretty. Maybe her identity as a researcher from Smeru was a ruse all along.
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true identity, I'm afraid another conversation with those two merchants might be our only...
Hey,
What? What?
Lucian!
The voice, it's...
It's Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Kirio came back, do you?
That seems impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now, we would have seen them.
Let's go inside and check.
It's locked?
I'll try to break it open.
There's no one here.
Lucian! 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 Come on! Wake up!
Is he gonna be okay?
Emily, Emily, my brother, he's gonna be okay, right? He's just unconscious. Like what happened to Edgar?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain.
Oh no.
We were too late this time.
No, that's not possible.
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge shock. He needs some space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good for him to look at his brother's body like this.
Of course. Leave it to me.
I'll notify the sheriff.
Thank you both. Mr. Sylvain, let's get you up. Here, take my hand. Nice and slow. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some
If
rest.
they animated some like real tears on him, I probably would be more a mess right now. That's so sad.
Poor guy. He's like a shell of his former self. He may have made some bad decisions in life, but right now,
Cusco's
Paimon can't
poison.
help but feel sorry
Yes.
for him.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one
I know
is
what you were
equally
saying.
painful. All the moments he shared with his brother, every hardship and triumph they endured together, are now memories he has to carry alone.
Maybe that's what Kiria wanted.
If Kiria really was behind this, then what exactly did he do to Lucien?
Lucien can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death most certainly can. Traveler, I've got things covered here at the scene. I'll leave you to contact the sheriff.
Autocorrect taking your memes away. Oh my gosh.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air, and now
This
this
guy sounds
happens.
like Krunk.
Miss Emily, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor. Have you been able to discover anything?
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge. I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears the time of death was sometime last night. I'd have to do a more thorough investigation to find out more.
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left, Tainari said we could trust your judgment if something like this were to happen.
Genshin is just
Of course, I
Emperor's New
appreciate your
Groove.
trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time, so the sooner we investigate, the better.
We'll help too. We don't know much about dead bodies, but you can leave the other clues to us.
Wait.
I see everything.
Did he pass away while he was unconscious?
Everyone who...
It's just one problem after another.
Corners are filled with flowers from different nations. The fragrance is incredibly strong. The store leads to the hallway. The lock is intact and there are no signs of damage. This door was probably locked last night.
And the windows are shut tight too. Seems like the only way to get in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Oh, I don't want to exit. That's annoying. Incense. The incense slowly rising into the air. It seems familiar somehow. The space inside the cabinet is divided into various compartments. It doesn't look like a person could hide in there. Oh.
To tell you the truth, the exhibition has left us quite short-handed. We're lucky to have your help.
This bag is stuffed with clothes and other daily necessities. It's quite heavy.
Well, looks like we've investigated as much as we can. Oop.
So, did you find anything?
There are no signs of forced entry. The only way in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Paimon can show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain... Wait.
No
You
way.
don't think Sylvain could have been the one who...
No way.
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother seemed genuine, and he doesn't have a motive.
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain is still in shock, but He's our only available witness. We have to take his statement.
I agree. Also, I've made some new discoveries, so we might as well head next door and go through everything together.
You enter Sylvain's room. He looks much calmer.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you and your brother did since yesterday afternoon. Did you see or hear anything strange?
After Kyria attacked Edgar, my brother and I were
His eyes are
incredibly
shaking.
careful.
Were.
We returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors leading to the hallway. The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our rooms. That way, if we heard any commotion coming from the other room, we could help each other. But I didn't hear any sort of commotion last night. Not a single noise. I woke up this morning, opened the door, and Lucian was...
So, no movement from the room next door. No forced entry via Sylvain's room. No signs of a struggle at the scene. And no external injury on Lucian's body. What kind of cause of death are we dealing with here?
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucian's pupils were dilated, and his skin was flushed, very similar to Master's symptoms after the attack yesterday. There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he inhaled a substance without knowing it, and I'd say that substance was likely a goose.
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. And anyway, it would have been for just one night.
Just one night? So you're saying prolonged exposure is dangerous?
No, that's not what I meant. Emily, you ran your tests, didn't you? Go on, tell everyone whether you found any poison.
No, I didn't find any common toxins.
See? A goose is harmless. The market response proved that years ago.
That may be true for most people.
Where did he
but
come
not
from?
for everyone.
Master!
Edgar? You're up and about already?
Thanks to Emily, I'm out of the woods for now. Sylvain, no matter how hard you may try to hide it, the truth will always come to light.
Edgar!
Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20 years, do you think Kyria would just let us be? No, he would never give up. Not if he's doing all of this for Yelena.
Yelena.
That's Vijava's real name. Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru. She was an exiled Fatus from Snezhnaya.
A Fatus?
The
Holly. Poor girl.
Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
No.
Ah, so you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain, looks like there's
Okay,
truly
so
no
Edgar's
reason
not the
to hide
villain,
things now.
but it's that dude.
Oh,
Is that
The
guy.
Auguste flower was created with the mutative and distorting power of a
That's
delusion.
crazy.
A delusion?
The Fatui, delusions... I never would have thought Auguste was hiding this many secrets.
Born of a delusion, Auguste contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged exposure over many years could have a harmful effect on the body.
that's enough, Edgar. I'll take it from here. At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower, But no one knew how long the perfume mania was going to last back then. It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market was another day of lost earning potential.
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about a goose being harmful over time, Yelena was just speculating. The impact was practically negligible. Unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your throat like Edgar. You could use the product for decades and be completely fine.
It may be true there are no records of Auguste poisoning in Fontaine. But even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime.
The divine and noble Auguste originated from a delusion. If the truth came out, the market for your product would be destroyed.
That explains why you were so intent on keeping Yelena and Kyria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all your financial crimes. The Fatui, delusions, Auguste. If the Maréchaussée Phantom discovered the connection between the three, there would have been enough evidence to send you to the Fortress of Meripede for life.
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy to stay there. At least that way, Lucien would still be alive. All these years without any sign of Kyria, and he pops up out of nowhere the minute my brother and I get out of prison? It couldn't be any clearer who the kid's after. Auguste was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of a sudden must be his doing as well.
So there's bad blood between you.
What about Yelena's death? Was that a cover-up too? A way to destroy evidence?
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point. We took care to disguise the product circulating on the market, and no one was questioning Yelena's fake identity. But if the Maréchaussée Phantom decided to look into the flower beds, it would have been the end. Yelena's ties to the Fatui, the role of the delusion, everything would have been exposed. Before we could even put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it. She burned all her flower beds and threw herself into the fire as well.
This guy is cray.
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been no reason to do that to herself. Yeah, she could have just burned the flower beds and fled with her brother.
I thought about it for a long time, but it wasn't until just now that I finally understood her reasoning. Everything she did, it was for her brother, Kyria. One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to follow in her footsteps after her death. After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the Auguste flower, weakening her body even further. There were times when she couldn't even walk.
So she couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding him back.
If her true identity was exposed, she and her brother would face pressure from both Snezhnaya and Fontaine. The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body both bore the mark of a delusion. There would have been no way to avoid suspicion. So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the evidence erased, Kyria was free to take the Mora and run.
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it to her brother?
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her brother. We just didn't realize she meant our cut as well. That's why Lucian and I were searching for Kyria, to take back Armora and the Auguste flower. We just didn't realize Kyria was baiting us the whole time. It was all a trap.
But why is Kyria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he know about
Oh
Yelena's
hey, it's the
decision
Pika.
to
I shall lurk with spoilers. Yes, definitely,
I don't think
definitely
he
lurk.
knew his sister was nearing death.
I'll give you a minute. Alright.
Yelena
It
always
was about a
wore
minute.
heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance. She kept herself busy with work to keep out of sight. That way her brother
The
wouldn't notice
Pika.
how she could barely walk.
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kyria what really happened, and then he'll give up on his revenge. I'm not so sure. Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into using a delusion to cultivate a Auguste, or something like that. It's hard to pull yourself out of that kind of hatred, especially when you've been living in that headspace for so many years.
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice, I wouldn't call myself innocent either.
Edgar, what are you talking about?
Think about it, Sylvain. If we hadn't been in such a hurry to capitalize on the perfume mania all those years ago, do you think Yelena would have elected to take those risks? If we hadn't been so blinded by greed, so insistent on increasing the scale of the flower cultivation, do you think Yelena's health would have deteriorated as fast as it did? If we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep by breaking the law at every turn, Yelena could have survived.
She knew her limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was for her brother, but she was in it for the Mora just as much as us. We were just trying to earn a bit of Mora. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. But what about Lucian? He was just following my orders. Lucian's crime, was it really so extreme that he had to pay for it with his life?
The only person that can answer that question is a judge.
Go back to Fontaine. Let's nouvelle it,
Fine.
Judge.
I've said my piece anyway.
Yes.
Drag me back to Fontaine to stand trial. I don't care.
3 people from Fontaine, 1 from Snezhnaya, and a crime committed in Port Ormos. What a headache.
What's going to happen?
Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well. In any case, we won't really know anything until tomorrow. With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone. Such a headache.
The hotel could suffice. You could station a few officers to keep an eye on Sylvain and myself. Although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about a jailbreak.
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
If Sylvain is to stand trial, then I deserve the same fate. A crime is a crime, accomplice or not. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go. Say goodbye to my plants and all that. As for Sylvain, I'm sure he also has some goodbyes of his own. Would you be willing to grant that request, Sheriff?
Well, all right. I'll talk to the Academia. No matter who you were in Fontaine or what crimes you committed, the man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good person. Your request is granted.
You have my thanks, Sheriff.
But if we wait until tomorrow, Doesn't that mean something could still happen tonight?
Happen tonight? Oh, you mean the possibility that Kiria might try to finish what he started?
Yeah, all we know is that he uses a goose to poison people, but we still have no idea how to catch him in the act. If he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true, but what if we can take advantage of his desperation?
Desperation.
If we take advantage of this situation and lure him in on purpose, we might finally have the chance to talk to him.
Master, no. That's too dangerous.
So, that's your plan. If Kiria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, his last chance to enact his revenge would be tonight. In other words, you want to use us as bait to capture him.
Capture? Not necessarily. I just want to talk. What? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid? This is my only chance to make him pay for what he did. I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset with our fortune. There's no way I'm letting him get away with it. Not after what he did to Lucian. As for the danger, everyone else just needs to make preparations in advance to protect us.
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving tomorrow. Then I'll station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well, our chance of success would be even higher.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan, I won't deny you my help.
We can help stand guard.
I'll also keep watch.
Although I think Sylvain and myself should remain alone in our respective rooms. If Kiria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back. And besides, it's possible he's already transformed Auguste into a potent toxic gas.
You mean if he doesn't see a way to get his hands on the two of you, he might get so desperate that he'll just start using a goose on everybody?
If that were to happen, everyone standing guard, even the innocent citizens in Port Ormos would all be in danger.
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering. You need to rest.
This old bag of bones doesn't bounce back like it used to. I suppose I'll just have to leave the rest to you.
All right, we can figure out a plan to keep watch later. Right now, I say we split up, start spreading that information before it's too late.
Whew.
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being taken away tomorrow.
What? He's the one who helped craft all the fragrances for our shop.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could this happen?
He hasn't been convicted yet. Let's just wait and see what the court has to say.
Oh, everyone on the street is talking about the rumors. No matter where Carrie is hiding, he must have heard them by now. Let's head back to the hotel and take a break. We can see how the other preparations are going while we're at it.
I'm walking because the song is such a banger.
Emily, Sheriff Xian wants to talk to you and the Traveler about our plans for the Night Watch.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here, I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I'm okay.
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that something seems to be on your mind.
Was it that obvious?
You seem very preoccupied with Kiria's revenge. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to listen.
Oh, Hey, Emily, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something? No, not at all. This will be easier to talk through with you here anyway. I've just
Lunch
been
break is
thinking,
over. Back to work.
if Kiria
No!
has the capacity to commit
You've got this,
murder while remaining
Hikari.
completely undetected,
Hope you had a good lunch.
why didn't he target Sylvain along with Lucien last night? There was just a single door separating them. If his intention was to target both brothers, then there was barely anything standing in his way. Don't you think?
Oh.
When I accompanied Sylvain to his room after Lucien died and saw how distraught he was, I suddenly realized maybe Kiria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sylvain to experience the pain of losing a loved one before he completed his ultimate revenge.
So did he attack Edgar as a warning then? To scare Sylvain and Lucien?
Based on what we've heard about Kiria, that may very well be the case.
Losing his sister all those years ago. What has been going through his head? What has he been forced to endure? Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't help but wonder. If I were in his place, would I be able to let go of that hatred?
Kale.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't think like that. Not after everything he's done. But I just can't help it.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. Empathy is a part of human nature. In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, I've witnessed countless families mourn their loved ones. Their cries of devastation and anger still echo through my mind, even now. Some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones. But getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment. Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, you also need to ask yourself, do Sylvain and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatui and the delusion? Did they force Yelena to make those decisions? Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those answers forever out of our reach. I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone dies, a certain amount of information can be inferred from the traces left behind at the scene. But generally speaking, death will just leave most questions unanswered, and the whole picture ever incomplete.
Once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think about things that way. For someone like Kiria, I'm sure right and wrong lost all meaning a long time ago.
You're right. The fact that we can approach these questions from this perspective isn't because we're more rational than them. It's because we're fortunate enough not to have suffered that kind of loss. But that also makes us perfectly positioned to stand on the outside and try to pull them back from the brink before it's too late. I understand Kiria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master, Sylvain, and Kiria. They all deserve to survive.
The fortunate and the unfortunate.
Emily, Traveler. Huh? Edgar, you're here too?
Oh, it's you two. Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really okay for you to be out and about like this?
A little exercise never hurt anyone. Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru. So I'd like to take care of my plants while I still can.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these flowers, and this is my last chance to say goodbye. Come tomorrow. I'll be happy to entrust their care to you. I would imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a more important reason.
The Night Watch. You mentioned earlier that we still need to confirm our plans.
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area, but we still don't have anyone standing guard next to Sylvain's room.
Next to Sylvain's room? You mean in Lucian's room?
Exactly. After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain has the highest risk of being attacked next. You're the most skilled fighter here, Traveler. And Emily's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch. That's why I want you two stationed next to Sylvain's room. So, are you up for it?
Fine with me. What about you, Emily?
Sounds perfectly reasonable. I'll be glad to have your help tonight, Traveler.
All right. Oh.
I see everything.
Kale
I
first.
wonder how it really felt for Kiria. Finally getting his revenge.
It's just one problem after another.
Still the same.
Not a peep. Has Kiria given up on his revenge?
Just like that?
Guess we'll have to keep at it. Still nothing unusual. Paimon took a peek into the room next door and Sylvain's already sleeping.
Sham I don't remember how to say his name. Shyam hasn't issued a warning either.
Perhaps Kiria's true motive was simply forcing Sylvain to confess his crimes. No, that can't be right. If all he wanted was for Sylvain to be convicted for his true crimes, he could have tipped off the Marechaussee Phantom years ago.
And he already killed Lucian. There's no reason to stop there.
There must be something we're missing.
Finish the meetings! Yay!
Maybe we just need to calm down a little.
Is it lunchtime for you, Leica?
That herbal blend from earlier was pretty tasty.
We can't abandon our post. There's nothing here that we can use to make tea. I'm gonna do the
You're
first
right.
one.
Maybe we can look for a different distraction then, like looking at the flowers. Oh, there's a glaze lily here. Paimon didn't notice it earlier.
Because they don't bloom during the day. They only bloom at night.
Flowers, glaze lilies, incense. Oh no! Sylvain's room! Quick!
Wait, what?
Emily brushes next door. A strange floral fragrance saturates the room. Sylvain lies unmoving, fully unconscious.
Hey, did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
It was the older of the Merchant brothers, right?
Yeah, I think his name was Sylvain. Poor guy was murdered in cold blood.
First it was Mr. Edgar,
Cold
then
blood,
Merchant
wasn't
and
it?
Lucy, and now this.
Listen up, everyone. This is an active crime scene.
I feel like I'm missing some
Please,
key
no
context in
loitering.
this quest. Yeah.
It's been 3 days and they
Yeah,
haven't
you
even
missed
caught a
some
glimpse
really
of the
important
guy.
stuff.
What is going on?
Pika vibes, Pika vibes.
Do you think it could be the work of an evil spirit? I mean, how do you get away with something like that with so many people watching?
Keep it moving, everyone. No loitering.
I suppose I'm next.
don't know that. Kyria already attacked you once, and you survived. Perhaps he doesn't consider your crime to be worthy of death.
You were the only reason I managed to survive, Emily. I never did thank you for that, did I?
Even if I wasn't there, Tainari was also in the vicinity. He would have been able to help.
Is that so? I suppose I'm a very fortunate person then. I have exceptional students, caring friends, and the respect of my peers. If it is indeed my time to go, then I'll die without regrets. But Kyria has nothing. Yelena is gone. Now his enemies are too. It really makes you wonder if there's even a reason to keep on living.
If
There
you
was
really want
poison
an
or
answer,
perfume?
I suppose
Both?
you'll have to ask Kyria himself once we finally catch him.
Well, I hope it all goes well. Emily, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. With everything that's happened, holding the exhibition is off the table now. But so many flowers were transported here for the show, some of them thousands of miles away from their homeland. I can't let them wither away with no one to care for them. Whether Kyria gets to me first, or I'm sent back to Fontaine to stand trial, I won't be around to look after them. I know it's a lot to ask, but could I entrust them to your care?
Of course, Master.
Really? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Now I truly have nothing to worry about.
Sheriff Sham still has some questions for me, so I've gotta go.
Go ahead. Best not to keep him waiting. He can be quite impatient.
I'm sorry, Master.
What? Meanwhile, in Sylvain's room.
Another all-nighter. Paimon sure hopes Emily's plan will go well.
Oh.
Oh, but Kali still looks quite worried. Let's go talk to her. Emily still isn't back. I hope she didn't run into any trouble.
All caught up now. She's extremely meticulous. I'm sure she's prepared to handle anything that might come her way.
Yeah, that's true.
Traveler, I had my men start spreading the information you requested. The crowd is gone now too, but I have to admit, I'm not really sure what's going on. After listening to Emily's plan, I started getting the materials together and arranging personnel. I barely had a second to spare last night. To be honest, I'm still not sure how the crime was committed that night.
It's pretty simple, actually.
The key clue was right in front of us the entire time.
I feel like you've been waiting to say that for a while.
Let's go. We'll show you where the culprit hid a goose. Wasn't this incense originally in Lucien's room? It must have been moved here before nightfall yesterday.
The corners are filled with flowers from different nations. Fragrance is secret away. Okay, wait.
This is it!
Oh, okay. I shouldn't have skipped that then. I was like, oh, it's just repeating the same
Blaze
stuff from
lily,
last
huh?
time.
I think I've heard of it before. It's a flower from Liyue, right?
Well, did you know it only blooms at night?
Emily, you're back!
How did it go?
Exactly as expected.
A flower that only blooms at night. Ah, like the Neelitpala lotus.
Exactly. Although the Neelitpala lotus wouldn't be a good substitute in this scenario. When it's closed, the gaps between the petals are too large. That's why Kyria chose the glaze lily as his mechanism. He would start by preparing an Agoose sample.
Soak the area around the petals.
There's a sticky substance on the edge of the flower petals. It's one I recognize. If you stick the petals together with slime condensate, then in the daytime, the glazed lily would act almost like a hidden container.
That's right! He applied a diluted form of slime condensate to the petals to stick them together and enclosed a sample of Agoose in the center. That way, the Agoose would remain trapped inside during the daytime, unable to seep between the petals and evaporate into the air. This also allowed the culprit to plant the poison well in advance, while his targets remained oblivious. However, the diluted slime condensate wouldn't be viscous enough to prevent the petals of the glaze lily from opening at night. So by nightfall, the flower would bloom, thereby forcing the target to inhale the Agoose trapped inside.
And Kyria could execute his revenge without having to step foot inside the room during the night.
By the next morning, the sample of Agoose would have nearly fully evaporated. The glaze lily would have already closed its petals, and any lingering odor would be concealed by the fragrance of the other flowers in the room.
And his mission would be accomplished.
Wait a second. You're telling me this version of a goose is so toxic, inhaling the minute amount trapped inside a flower is enough to kill a grown man? And how did Edgar even survive ingesting a whole bottle of the stuff?
That's because Agoose is just as dangerous now as it was all those years ago. The level of toxicity has never changed. Only a small subset of people are truly at risk.
Ah, you mean people who are sensitive to elemental energy. So it's just some sort of happy coincidence that Sylvain and Lucien are allergic to the stuff? That can't be right. They were involved in the operation all those years ago. If the stuff gave them a bad reaction, they would have known from the very start.
I wouldn't use the word allergic necessarily. It's more like they're susceptible to its effects. But that distinction isn't important right now. You can think of it this way. It's not that Sylvain and Lucien are innately sensitive to elemental energy, but that Kyria found a way to ensure that they would be.
He executed the poisoning using various essential oils, primordial seed. I don't feel like it'd be that. Maybe?
All kinds of essential oils commonly found in alchemical products can temporarily increase elemental affinity.
Oh wait, it has to be the incense then.
But it would be difficult to force someone to use them without knowing it. The incense I smelled earlier seemed familiar. Thinking back on it, I'm almost certain it was the scent of spirit borneal. In Sumeru, scholars use spirit borneal to aid meditation and stimulate their connection to the Dendro Archon.
Alchemically produced essential oils, the primordial seawater that caused unrest in Fontaine not too long ago. All of those are substances that can heighten your sensitivity to elemental energy.
And Kyria chose spirit borneal.
That stuff gave us a lot of trouble when we first came to Sumeru. Ah, yes. I definitely remember that.
In Sumeru, it's not uncommon to use incense indoors, so its presence wouldn't arouse suspicion. The flowers in the room could also serve to mask the scent.
Flowers were pretty important to this plan, huh? The glazed lily is native to Liwa. It would be completely unnatural to have one here in Sumeru if it weren't for the exhibition. What a coincidence.
Actually, it's not a coincidence at all.
The exhibition, the hotel. It was all a meticulously designed trap.
No wonder he was willing to pay a small fortune to rent out the hotel. He probably used the mora Yelena left him, don't you think? That money was supposed to set him free. But in the end, it was just a tool for his revenge.
There's a saying among forensic doctors in Fontaine. Every step you take leaves a mark. But up until this point, we haven't been able to detect any trace of Kiria's activities. That's not because he was coming and going undetected, or because he's some kind of evil spirit, but because he's been disguised as someone else this entire time.
The real murderer is...
Creating such an intricate mechanism out of a glaze lily, setting up the spirit borneal in advance, and arranging for Sylvain and Lucien to stay at the hotel. It all points to one person.
Okay, so he was the villain the whole time too.
entire
I
exhibition.
knew it. Oh wait.
Kiria and Edgar are one and the same.
Ah.
But Kiria was only in his teens back then. He would even be 40 years old by now. Edgar's lived here for so many years. Even if he changed his appearance, going that long without giving anything away, it would be impossible.
Bad news, Sheriff! Mr. Edgar was attacked!
What?
A dark shadow-like figure just ran out of his room. It was giving off a really ominous aura. But before we could even react, the figure up and disappeared like some sort of ghost or something. By the time we got a look inside the room, Mr. Edgar was gone.
Yo.
Do you think Kiria kidnapped him?
I need you to think very carefully about this. Are you certain that figure wasn't Edgar himself?
I mean, Mr. Edgar was so frail. I don't see how he could have moved that fast.
It would seem Master decided to tap into an ill-advised source of power.
What? But that's so dangerous with the condition he's in. It's...
Unaliving.
But why? Why would he do that? He's already accomplished his revenge.
No. If his aim was to target everyone who had a hand in Yelena's death...
If he left Sylvain alive yesterday, not out of a desire to see him suffer, but to confirm the truth about why Yelena chose to die...
Then there's still one target left.
The shadow-like figure ran in the direction of the elevator, and my partner immediately chased after them.
We should hurry before they're forced to confront each other.
Where in the world did he go? Let's ask the merchants nearby.
A shadow-like figure with an ominous aura. Sorry, I didn't see anything. I was busy taking inventory.
Thanks, you're useless. Who's next?
Off we go!
Oh. Oh, he's seen something.
A ghost! It's a ghost!
It's all right. Please, calm down and take a deep breath. Can you tell us what you saw?
I saw a black shadow. It ran right past me. How could something like that happen in broad daylight?
Like, I just, like, jumped and popped down in a squat.
This is
Popped a squat. I'm gonna assume. Okay.
Don't come any closer!
Uh-oh.
If we go any further, we'll be out of Port Ormos. There'll be hardly any witnesses.
It's all right. I can detect a faint whiff of the scent from here. I would say he passed by this location not too long ago. It's this way. Please, follow me.
I really should change my thing back to the seed dispensary. I ain't got time for you. Hey! Well, thanks for getting me the extra boost. What is this? Ooh, a domain.
Stronger. This must be the place.
Do I want to do this team? Yeah, let's do it.
Oh! O's!
What? O's?
Are you all
Goose?
right? Were you attacked?
No, I'm all right. I was just chasing after that figure, and then all of a sudden, I didn't feel so hot.
Let me take a look.
The air definitely feels heavy. It smells nice, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe. This feeling, I've encountered it before.
Everything looks all right. It was probably just the stress of the chase, combined with the impact of the environment. A bit of rest would do you some good.
I can't rest. Mr. Edgar is still in there. He taught my sister how to make perfume. He's a good man. I can't just abandon him to die by Curia's hand.
Oz, you need to calm down and listen to me. Edgar is the one we're after. He and Kyria are the same person.
But how is that possible? I thought you said Kyria was in his 30s. Mr. Edgar is 70-something. Changing your appearance to look decades older.
Well, we've learned from the Siege Main story quest, so.
That's precisely why he had to resort to extraordinary measures to age himself.
A delusion.
Kyria used a delusion to bring back the Auguste flower, corroding his body in the process, just like his older sister.
No. He couldn't have. Mr. Edgar has been in Port Ormos for years. If someone started impersonating him all of a sudden, we would have noticed.
And what if the impersonation started before he ever set foot in Sumeru? I've yet to confirm it, but I suspect Kyria killed the real Edgar Fontaine not long after his release from prison. While Edgar was incarcerated, Kyria started making preparations to replace him, including forcefully aging his body, studying perfumery, and planning the real Edgar's demise. The new Edgar then decided to relocate to Sumeru, seemingly out of an innocuous desire to let go of the past. He even left perfume making in favor of mentoring students. But these decisions were all for a specific purpose, the need to distance himself from anyone who might see through the facade. And Sumeru fit the bill
It's not
to a
messing with
T,
my Bluetooth
with no
settings,
one
so
around
that's
to
good.
question
It's just a
his
problem with
identity.
the VC
All
face
he
at
had
this
to do
point.
was grow a beard,
So,
don a pair of glasses, make
still
a
have
few
to
minor
figure that out.
alterations to his appearance, and everyone would believe he was
But
exactly
this is only the
who he
second time or
claimed.
third time that's happened?
Edgar, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Pretty good.
As the years went by, he removed his disguise little by little and continued to refine his skills. It would have been a gradual process, one that ensured no one around him would notice anything unusual.
That explains why Sylvain said he barely recognized Edgar back at the hotel. He aged himself decades beyond his years just so he could accomplish his revenge. Is that even worth it?
I need to find Mr. Edgar. He's not that kind of person. He can't be.
What you really need is to get out of here and rest.
No, I can keep going.
Wait! This environment is likely being influenced by the delusion. Any discomfort, no matter how slight, should not be treated lightly. I know how to relieve your symptoms, Mr. Ooze. Please come with me and rest. I'm sure Kyria... No, Edgar wouldn't want any more innocent people implicated in all this.
Kale's right. The Traveler and I will take things from here. From our brief exposure to a goose, it would seem the substance has little effect on us. This leads me to believe those blessed with a vision or capable of wielding elemental power are more resistant to the effects of abnormal elemental energy. In other words, this environment doesn't pose as much of a risk to us. Actually, now that I think about it, this stronghold likely has multiple points of entry. If the target were to escape from a different point of entry, that might allow him to evade capture. I hate to trouble you, but we need people to survey the perimeter.
Is that the right way to spell perimeter?
Thanks. Hear that? We're heading out. There's work to be done. Ooze, head back to Port Ormos and start gathering reinforcements.
Got it.
Traveler, Emily, Paimon, please be careful. For someone whose only purpose in life is revenge, there's no telling what they'll do when there's no reason to move forward.
Don't worry. This isn't the end. Not for us or for Kyria. We're not going to let a goose kill anyone else. It's time for the mythos to fade into obscurity.
It's like, okay, so they moved my characters around. I have the trial Emily, not my Emily. Whatever.
Monsters? Perhaps they were attracted here by the increased level of elemental energy. Overruled. I've never seen these seeds before. They must also have been created with the power of a delusion. It seems to be avoiding us, and there's no other way forward. Perhaps we could try luring it to the edge of the cliff.
Oh. Hello? Am I doing something wrong? Okay. Hey. There you go. Just...
Whoa, look at all the Auguste flowers! There are so many of them. I can't believe a single person did all this. Must have taken a lot of time.
I feel like these flowers are already in Genshin somewhere.
Using a delusion comes at
I'm pretty
a
sure I've put them in a
not just
teapot
time,
before.
but the
Or
time
my
we have
teapot,
left
but...
to live.
But why would Kyria need this many Auguste flowers? He only needed a few
Maybe I'm
bottles
thinking of the
Auguste to
blue
carry out his
ones? I
plan,
don't know.
right?
Perhaps hatred wasn't the only emotion fueling his obsession with a goose.
What do you mean?
Not long ago, he told me he didn't want all the flowers transported to Sumeru to wither away in a foreign land.
Is that the
Kyria
right
betrayed
spelling of wither?
Snezhnaya, abandoned Fontaine, and lived his entire life in Sumeru under the guise of someone else. For someone with nowhere to call home, perhaps dying among a bed of Auguste flowers just like his sister is the best homecoming he could ask for.
And definitely I've seen this in Azuma. I feel like this quest was close to being done like 40 minutes ago. I thought so too. But it's still only been like, I guess, an hour and a half at this point.
Transfixed.
Hey!
Oh. Everlasting as the moon.
I see everything. Yeah.
A plant that destroys
What?
seeds. Huh. Quite the ecological marvel. Let's head back to the place where the seeds first appeared.
Bruh. Oh my god, I know, this is annoying. Whoa.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
Cutscene? Aw.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
Did they catch up that fast? No. My strength is just waning. But it doesn't matter. This is far enough.
Oh, okay. Whoa.
This is a garden of Auguste flowers. But it's not mine. It's the one that was set on fire all those years ago in Fontaine. Yelena? Yelena! You tried to hide it from me, but I always understood. The reason why you continued to use the delusion, the reason why you set your garden on fire, it was all because of me. I shouldn't have listened to you that day. I shouldn't have taken the Mora and ran. But by the time I realized something wasn't right, there was nothing left. The flowers were gone. And so were you. I know I'm almost 20 years too late. I should have come looking for you earlier. I should have died with you that day. Yelena? Yelena! No! Don't leave me! Please! Yelena!
Emily? I'm alive. No, that's not possible. I saw her. Yelena, we were together.
That was an illusion, likely brought about by the residual toxin in your body coupled with the pollen in the air, neither of which are fatal.
No. The amount of August I drank, it should have been enough.
I'm sorry to say this, but that was a fake.
A fake? But how?
We started making the preparations last night with one goal in mind: to create a perfect accord. The accord is the basis of perfume making, the product in its most primitive
form. Ambergris mixed with cedar wood, rounded out with a base note of agar wood.
This is the scent of leather?
Exactly. We're unable to extract essential oils from leather, but by combining other raw materials, we can recreate its essence. That is the purpose of an accord.
Does that mean you can recreate any scent in the whole world?
I'm afraid not. Certain fragrances in this world are simply one of a kind. That quality is what draws people in and fuels their obsessions.
If I wear a goose to the ball, I'll also be one of a kind. Our competitor already got their hands on it. Perfume all over.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have to buy something better.
This fragrance will be one of a kind, no more. Myths can be deconstructed. Miracles can be recreated. All it takes is skill, experience, limitless exploration, and a little patience. The only thing left is determining where the real Auguste is hidden. Pretending to be attacked means he's not free to move around. Auguste must be hidden within reach.
Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers.
The curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Perfumes are as beautiful as flowers, and equally as delicate. When stored, you must take care to control the temperature and keep them away from direct sunlight. Did you get all that, Emily?
I got it.
Did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
So, Sylvain is dead. Is that right?
Yes, Master.
So, you switched the bottles of Auguste, and then lied to me about Sylvain's death.
Convincing you that your revenge had been completed was the easiest way to get you to let down your guard.
Impossible. Even if you found a way to switch out the bottles, there's no way you could have made an accord. If Auguste was so easy to replicate, Yelena wouldn't have.
It was a combination of rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those ingredients would have conflicted with each other if you tried to combine them in the past. But recently, we found a way for them to work together.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias.
Auguste was created over 10 years ago. All this time, people never stopped analyzing it, never stopped trying to recreate it. Perfumery techniques are advancing day by day. We found better ways to extract essential oils, separate oils and fats. We even discovered new ways to combine fragrances together. The mythos surrounding Auguste may have been untouchable almost 20 years ago, but now it's time for it to become a thing of the past.
The past?
You've been working as a perfumer for all these years. You should have always known that it is possible to make an accord, even if only in theory. But the meaning you assigned to Auguste became so inflated, you allowed yourself to get lost in it, just like the perfume mania that captivated the public all those years ago. You believed in its divinity and grandeur. You believed it was entirely one of a kind.
And in the process, you forgot that it was a bottle of perfume, nothing more.
Your obsession with the goose is also what allowed us to predict how you intended your plan to end and to make preparations in advance.
Goodness.
We just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
Or that you would activate the delusion.
Well, you hit the nail on the head now, didn't you? So, Sylvain isn't dead. Since you've been preparing your cord since last night, I assume you've also figured out my method, then. That means the news of Sylvain's death. The crowd gathered outside the hotel this morning. It was all an act you put on with the sheriff?
Yes. If we hadn't, you might have resorted to the delusion out of desperation, or continued to use your spirit borneal and a goose combination to wreak havoc.
Who knows? Maybe I would have just offed myself then and there.
I know if you had things your way, you would carry the truth of Edgar's demise and the secrets of this garden to the grave, but I'm sorry, Master. I don't want to see any more death. Sylvain only inhaled a small amount of poison. He's being detained as we speak. All the crimes he concealed back then will be exposed in a court of law for everyone to see, and all his secrets will be revealed. The same goes for you as well.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I'll be spending the rest of my days in a prison cell then.
Whoa, he accepted that kind of fast.
Unless he's got something up his sleeve.
I don't feel the need to justify my actions, nor do I intend to repent for them. I did what I set out to do. I may have lost in the end, but it was my choice every step of the way. And if I could do it all over again... But there's no going back, is there?
Careful, everyone. This environment is dangerous. I'll lead the way.
Stick close and hurry up. We can't let Edgar die.
Looks like I'm almost out of time. Although, I do have one final question, Emily.
Of course, Master.
The combination you used to make your accord. How did you figure it out?
The scent of a goose is complex and varied, yet the main ingredient consists of a single variety of flower. So, as I was analyzing the sample yesterday, I got to thinking, what if the scent of the Auguste flower was already imbued with that complexity during its cultivation?
You're saying Yelena designed Auguste to have the scent of multiple flowers?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, Cecilias. The perfumers of the past knew that if you combine their essential oils directly, they would just cancel each other out. It was a conundrum they could never solve. But if you cultivate a new flower species that intrinsically carries the unique features of those three scents, you can bypass that issue entirely. It goes without saying that for that time, this idea was a stroke of genius.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those really do seem like flowers you would choose, Yelena.
Not long after that, the Eremites rush over. Kyria accepts his fate without saying a word. Yay! Boost. Nothing else? Okay. And that's how the turmoil caused by a ghost finally comes to an end. Okay. 3 weeks later, blah blah blah. Keep your appointment on the 2nd floor of the Hotel de Board. Appointment? Appointment with who? Is it Emily?
Did you know? Miss Emily's releasing a new perfume!
Right. I heard about that. I think
Oh.
it's called Yelena.
Seems
like everyone in Fontaine is talking about the new perfume you're releasing.
I was hoping to release it without such a fuss, but the news spread way faster than I expected. I just hope it won't become the source of some new myth, especially after all the work we did to demystify Auguste.
About this perfume, did you use the accord from back in Sumeru?
I did, although I made a few modifications to the formula to make the scent more pleasant and long-lasting. I actually brought a few samples with me today. I hope they're to your liking. Also, I was hoping you could try out the fragrance before I officially release it and tell me your thoughts.
Of course! A good sense of taste and sense of smell go hand in hand, you know? Just leave it to Paimon! Oh, it smells great!
I'm not sure if that's the kind of feedback she had in mind.
It's alright. All feedback is worth considering. Besides, when it comes to perfume, commenting on whether it smells good is the most straightforward assessment you can ask for. There doesn't always have to be a deeper meaning.
Speaking of deeper meanings, Kirya's final question.
Right! Do those flowers have some special meaning? Hearing their names seemed to have an effect on him.
If I had to guess, I'd say it probably has something to do with the language of flowers.
The language of flowers? Oh, we've heard of that before! Paimon remembers hearing something like, the Cecilia represents the true feelings of the prodigal son?
What each flower is said to represent varies by person and across different moments in history. The same is true for the flowers that make up the scent of Auguste. After returning to Fontaine, I did some research, and it turns out the meanings of those 3 flowers can be reassembled to form a single phrase. Forget the past and keep on living. Perhaps that's the legacy Yelena always intended, not the nobility and grandeur most people associate with Auguste.
Or maybe that's what she hoped for her brother.
You think Kirya knew about that?
I paid him a visit before his trial and explained what I found, but he didn't seem to care. Who knows? Maybe she didn't mean anything by it at all. That was his response. Yelena is gone. We'll never know what she was thinking. We can look for meaning all we want, but it'll never be anything but conjecture. Even if that is what she was trying to say, I would never be able to forget her. Avenging her death? That was the meaning I chose for my life. Kirya cultivated his revenge like a flower. He was committed to making it bloom, even if in the end, it didn't bear the fruit he was hoping for.
Kirya.
In any case, he did want me to pass along his thanks. Thank you for saving my life, for giving me the chance to learn that Auguste could have carried a very different meaning. Love and hatred are a privilege of the living. When someone dies, their thoughts, feelings, and intentions die with them. In that sense, what Auguste truly represents in the language of flowers will forever remain a mystery. But even if it's only a conjecture, I would like to believe my own interpretation. The meaning we give to flowers, the symbolism we assign to our perfumes, they're constantly twisted and exploited in our imperfect world. And yet, at the very outset, they're born from the simplest and most beautiful desires we hold in our heart.
It's done! I did it! Woo! And we got a bottle! Hello? There we go. Right here! I can switch to it? It's a gadget. Why is it a gadget? What does it do? What? What did it do? I don't know if it did anything. I don't know where to go right now. I want to test it out, but I don't know where to go. Like, I know there's flowers here. I thought it would like, oh, here's a flower. I know what it does. Tilt the bottle toward the next sunlight. I don't see any words. I have no idea. I'll have to look that up. Okay, it just tells me that it's obtained. Effect. Apply some perfume. Bruh. Okay, whatever. Hi, Vesper! How are you? Oh, well, I finished my commission, so let's go claim those. And then I'll go to my EU account.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing.
Doing okay? I'm doing okay too, just tired. I need to change the blanket again. That should do it. And Shy's just chilling on the bed behind me. She's so cute. I do have some resin. I can't make condensed because, I mean, I could make two. I'll make two. Now I'm out of crystal quartz. Ah, I've less than 1 million more too. That's great. Alright. Story quest time. Which one am I gonna do? Well, I could do Zhongli. I should probably do Zhongli. Could also do Raiden, but I need to unlock Aisha, which probably done through this one. What? Bruh. How do I get all the way out there? Okay, figures out. I don't remember this. I think nice to see if YouTuber works smoothly. Yes! I'm so happy too. I had moved around some USB stuff. And I have not had a single USB, like my Bluetooth disconnect. I've had my VTuber stop maybe like 2 or 3 times, but it's pretty good.
Come on, let's get a move
It's
on.
doing a good job. No issues. And I've been moving around a lot. Mostly giving Chai pets. Well, I should probably just hold on a second. A book! I feel like I should go from like over here. Oh god. I think I'm gonna die here. Unless I could stand on this. Nope. Okay. I'll go from this way, I guess. Also, cozy fluffy blanket is a vibe. Yes. It is such the vibe today. Oh my god, this is really not the best place to go from either. I'll just fly from here. I wish I could just fly from here. I'm gonna head this way though. Can you get to rest today? Yes. Well, kind of. I have to go to bed in like 8 hours. So, I can't like take a nap or anything. Because I still have work tomorrow. So, I'm still resting. I'm being accountable for doing story quests today. That's pretty much the point of this. Just chilling. Playing my games. Being productive in my games. I really enjoyed the Leeway music too. It was such a vibe. Oh. I'm gonna switch to Yelan. This will be a lot faster. Is that where I'm supposed to go? Yes, that's where I'm supposed to go. It's not much of a higher point that I can actually get to, so let's go. Oh! There's a Geoculus over here. Neat. I will get you before I leave. Whoa, I'm on the boat. That was just about the most unconventional entrance any visitor has ever made to the Pearl Galley. I'm just here to have a look. Well, you're no different from any other guest in that sense. Everyone comes here just to have a look. Then they like what they see, so they stay a little longer. Before you know it, they can't drag themselves away. Nevertheless, despite the impromptu means by which you've arrived here, you're an esteemed guest from afar, and we welcome you as any other. It would simply be bad manners to show you the door after you've only just arrived. But we can't let you break the rule, okay? Otherwise, I'm the one who will have to answer to the boss. What rule? A simple and straightforward rule. Guests are only allowed here by invitation. Most who sneak in despite knowing the rule are petty criminals with dubious intentions. Don't fret. I'm well aware that you snuck in by accident, blissfully unaware of the rule. You're no criminal. All the guests you see here are here by invitation. By the boss's rules, they have the right to invite other guests too. So, if you're planning on dropping in more often, your best bet would be to mingle with the guests and see if you can talk one of them into giving you an invitation letter. Violet! Welcome in! Thanks for the raid! Oh, thanks for the shout out, Rothy. I was just about to do that. You're a great mod. ZZZ! How was ZZZ? Were you eeping all the Z's? Getting all the Z's? I'm pretty eepy today. I just finished doing Emily's story quest. It took almost 2 hours. Pretty close to 2 hours. Lots of ZZZ. It's going good. Okay, so I can stop working then. Yes. Now we're on my EU account and we're starting Zhongli's story quest now. The first part. I need to unlock Ashtaha so I can do it in co-op with Rothy. Yes, nice indeed. I just snuck onto the Pearl Galley thing. And I'm getting a scolding by this lady here. I don't know how to say her name. Hi, I'm new to your channel. Welcome in! I'm Pika. I do pretty cozy streams, just mostly playing Genshin, or sometimes I'll throw in a co-working stream here and now. Just like whenever I need to be productive and actually get stuff done. But yeah, today I'm being productive by doing my Genshin catch-up stuff on my second account. But I needed to do the Emily quest on my main account, so I did that today. Got that done. Now I have a lot to do on my EU account, because I don't have anything else to do on my NA account. Lurk for kitties, thanks for the lovely vibes. Thank you for your vibes. Thanks for coming into my stream with the lovely vibes too. Have fun with the kitties. Speaking of kitties, how's my kitty? Oh my god, she's eeping. She's so cute. Goodness. I gotta take a photo. Hold on. Oh, she's so cute. I'll post a photo on Violet's server. Where shall I go? General. Here's my girl. She's so eepy too. Yes, Jai Bix. Alright, challenge accepted. Smooth operator. I like your style. Okay, I'll be waiting here.
Life is short, so eat, drink, and
I want to get to that, Geoculus somehow. It feels... Oh, okay. There's Zhongli.
Oh, I didn't think I would see you here.
Oh, I need to put auto on.
Are these two your friends?
Yes, we had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair, and a pleasure to be around. Traveler, we were just discussing the history of Rex Lapis. Would you like to listen?
This, good sir, seems not to appreciate the almighty power of the Lord of Geo. As a professional archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views.
Actually, he's... Well, no one knows better than him.
We are discussing the whereabouts of the first Mora.
The first Mora?
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue the craft of smelting, creating goods that allowed them to develop trade with the early nations of that time. Today, Liyue holds the sole right to cast Mora in the entire continent of Teyvat. The world's very first Mora should have been cast by the hands of the Lord of Geo himself thousands of years ago.
According to my research, as well as my own hypothesis, I believe that this coin of unique historical significance has been passed down secretly through the years as a kind of token. For example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
No, no, no. My research indicates that the first Mora coin is not such a simple thing. Mora is a catalyst. This we all know. Even today, Mora is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon enhancement. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. My next historical treatise will boldly expound on the newest findings from my intense decade-long research. That is, that the Lord of Geo used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a sword.
A dagger and a sword?
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For now, I will only reveal this. The one who finds the dagger shall become supreme in Liyue, and the one who finds the sword may be crowned Liyue's sovereign.
I can't say I agree. Let us not speak of the authenticity of the dagger and sword first. But Mora and money came about simply because they are a convenient measure of a contract's value. Rex Lapis just meant for Mora to serve as a catalyst for people to exchange and trade. The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis. As for its fate, the same as all Mora, I suspect. It was simply spent somewhere.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable. Mr. Zhongli's argument, on the other hand, lacks any evidence. How can you so easily dismiss the Lord of Geo's profound foresight?
No, I am not debating right or wrong. I am simply stating a fact.
Enough! Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more than me?
Actually, wait. They're really making me say that again?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same opinion, no?
Well then,
Caropian cinema roll.
Long ago,
Cinema roll. I love cinema. What do you mean you got them though? Like you got
how to
plushies?
build houses. The model home he used to teach them was completely
Hell yeah,
cast from
though.
Mora.
From McDonald's? Okay, wait. Frothy, we need to go to McDonald's at some point soon. Because they're having a Sanrio and Yu-Gi-Oh collab.
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora?
What's that?
You know what recipe Genshin is missing?
What recipe is Genshin missing?
Cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon rolls?
Yep.
If that's what I got in Violet's Daily Life Fun.
But no cinnamon rolls.
I probably should have posted Daily Life Fun. Wow! That's pretty cool. I want to see the Caropian cinema roll ones too. Post them. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Okay. Back to it. It's like you're telling someone else's tale.
I mean, I am talking about Rex Lapis.
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology. Can we find somewhere quiet to chat? I mean, if it's okay with you.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us?
You want to pick up McDonald's on your way home
they could
tomorrow?
be of some help.
Why not you?
Is there a McDonald's?
Yeah, it's right next to
that
Wendy's.
I never remembered that one. This one's way closer.
I know the one to the left of us is way
I'm
closer.
just wondering if you wanted to just stop at this one because it's on your way home tomorrow.
It depends. Sometimes it makes me go down by the Sicko. It really depends on how traffic takes me.
Okay.
But I'll think about it. But just because it's so crazy over there during that time of the day, having to turn left out of that intersection from McDonald's is really not good. It's too much traffic.
Could always right U-turn it.
Well, it's easier at the other McDonald's closer to the highway because you just turn right into it and then you can turn right out of it and then keep going towards us, huh?
But I feel like you'd be able to select the one you want better if you went.
Just tell them, I want a cinema roll one. Or give me one of each.
I don't know if they can do that.
I don't think they'll do
it's
that.
like $1
I
on top of the thing.
Oh, maybe. But I just want the cinema roll one.
What? You don't want the Hello Kitty magician? The Hello
Adrian
Kitty?
posted a photo of it. Like, that's cool, but my theme clearly for my office is cinema roll, so.
Sure.
Like I posted hers. Okay, must go look. Oh my god. I need the cinema roll one. I need it. If that McDonald's doesn't have it, we will go to all the McDonald's for it.
How much money do you make again?
How much money do you make?
Enough.
Yeah.
I'm not decorating your office.
We just need to get one.
Yeah, we're going to all of them.
I feel like our area wouldn't be too crazy to find something, though. There's so many McDonald's. Homegirl said she only had the Hello Kitty and Karopi, so I was pleasantly surprised. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Alright, I'm gonna continue. Who, me? I'm just here for a good story.
Of course. They can come if that's what pleases you, sir. Let's go.
I want to get the... Oh, how do I get up there? Wait, I might have an idea. Let's climb. I don't think I'm allowed past this point.
Life is short, so
Bro.
eat, drink, and be merry.
Alright, that's gonna be a pain.
What I'm about to say is a
Kurobo?
bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo and would draw a lot of angry looks. So it's best to discuss
This is
this
when I
somewhat
wish I
quiet.
still worked at McDonald's.
Reading it just
Oh,
now
wow.
exhibited a cuteness of speech and thought.
Be
Most
honest, no you
importantly,
don't.
You don't fall for the boasting and acting of the others. You remain objective. So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars. Do you think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great importance on the integrity of contracts. So any gods he killed certainly must have broken some kind of contract.
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill the innocent.
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend of the god of salt. The god of salt, Havria, was a very kind god. But she encountered Morax one day in battle. Morax used a rather underhanded trick to
Anything for the Sanrios.
assassinate her.
What? No way!
This bit of history is a long
You know what,
story.
Ralphie? I'll still try to go tomorrow, depending
But
on
you
how
may
I
not
feel,
like
of
the
course.
truth
To
when
that
you
one and
hear
see how it goes.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event, I've already searched for answers for a long time.
You look a bit embarrassed, Zhongli. Is the story that complicated?
Quite so. I don't know where to begin.
Over here, Mr. Zhongli. I've been looking for you. So you're over here all this time.
Fatui, what do you want? Spit it out.
Put down your weapon and stay back. Otherwise, Paimon's reporting you to the Millelith.
Ah, fool.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact now. I'm simply an archaeological researcher from Snezhnaya. I'm not here for trouble.
The Fatui say that every time.
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Oh.
I could show you the official documentation if you
Sparkle.
want to see it. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here, the results of which will all be shared with the ministry.
I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Zhang Li.
Requires
immense
mask.
knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So I paid Wangsheng Funeral Parlor a handsome amount. telling them Zhang Li
Unmasked
is my own
fool.
consultant while I'm in town.
So you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, yes?
What should we do? I think it's best to be cautious.
Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice.
He
a
isn't
consultant
singing.
of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor must respect their duty.
Of course you would be such a reasonable man. Well then, let's head out now, shall we?
Wait, if you are studying archaeology, can I go too? I am also a scholar in this field, so I can help.
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should
Suddenly,
tag
I
along too.
am no man. Why? I don't really know anything about archaeology.
This experience may be of help to you on your future adventures. It is a story from before the rise of the Seven. Although the god of salt has already perished, it will still be a meaningful experience for your journey.
Wait. This is an archaeological expedition, not a tour group. That's too many people.
But this friend of mine has a treasure-finding talent, surpassed by no one. It will surely be of great help to us.
Oh? What talent?
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way to open it.
Hey, Paimon's good at that too!
Well, that is quite enticing. All right then. Well, let's go. There's no time to waste. When the Overlord of the Vortex was crushed by the Jade Chamber recently, perhaps something of interest was washed ashore. An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the god's limb would be even better. Who knows what surprises we may find.
Okay, well, before I make it there, I need to get that. So how do I get that? Aha! Please let this work. Damn it! Damn it! How am I supposed to get it?
Take it easy.
It's the same thing here. Wait. Oh, hi!
Easy money.
It's right there.
Life is short, so eat, drink, and be merry.
Oh my god. Let me climb this pole. Damn it! Geo Traveler. No! I am Dendro Traveler. I don't want to teleport out of here. Can you come to my world and be Geo Traveler for me? Oh, coaching? I could do that. It's a good thing I actually have coaching. I saw a spot where you can climb up. Where? Where? Because I tried climbing up all of those spots. And like these spots. And then it's just like... Oh, wait! Wow, it actually let me do it. Thanks. There. I tried on the other side and it didn't work. Alright, I'm gonna take out my treasure compass to see if there's anything else over here that I'm missing. Yes. Spinny spin. Whoa. Ah.
Easy money.
Into water. Oh. Oh. What? Gotta be on board. Is it up there? I'm so confused. Wait. Never doubt the E-drag stares at like. What? It won't let me up there. I don't think it's up there. Oh, there's one right here. It was probably that one.
One way to draw
Okay.
your target out of hiding.
I got it. Now I don't think I ever have to go back.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find anything valuable here?
Huh? Paimon thinks it looks really grand.
Stupid water bottle.
I don't mean the scenery, but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all, and I don't even know where to begin looking here.
Guyan Stone Forest is actually the perfect place to be, if you wish to learn about the gods or the history of the Archon War. Legend has it that Rex Lapis threw spears made of large rock into the sea here, piercing and crushing the overlord of the vortex. After many years of wind erosion, those stone spears have turned into the unique rock formations we see now.
These mountains were the Lord of Geo's weapons?
What we see now is just the part of them that remains. The stone spears hurled by Rex Lapis all those years ago were much greater, both in number and in size. But due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater, and years of gravity, many of them have been completely swallowed by the sea. So besides wind erosion, the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part in the formation of Guyan Stone Forest.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful as Rex
That is
Lapis
true.
is certainly very
I've
strong
actually
in its
never
own
played
right.
this story. Rothy did it for me on my
This is where
NA
the
account.
value lies in research at Guyan
So I'm
Stone
glad I get a
Forest.
chance to start over and
Most of the
experience all of
objects
it
from that
myself.
time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the overlord of the vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light of day again.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very, very rich. I mean, rich with archaeological knowledge and historical value, yes? That's all I seek in life. Well, since we brought so many
Sure,
people,
buddy.
I think it would be best to split up and look.
Okay then, I will go with my friend here.
I definitely didn't
Although
have no
I
memory of
a
it. True.
smattering of knowledge in various disciplines.
I feel that.
When it
It's
comes
a
to
lot of them.
archaeology, I can't compete with the expert here.
Huh? Me?
What's the matter? This is your profession. Why are you so surprised?
I get it. I'll escort him then.
Okay. If we find anything valuable or rare, let's meet on the shore opposite from here.
That's why I love y'all's EU playthroughs.
The ancient god probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
Well, go ahead then. Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Osmanthus wine. Is my Kaching leveled enough? Well, honestly, nobody's leveled enough. I'll be so for real right now. I leveled up to World 8, and now all of my characters are poo-poo. I need to switch Kaching off, because she's actually garbage right now. And Barbara's dead for some reason. Like, everyone is garbage. Poo-poo Kachu. Relatively strong though, not strong enough in my books. I'll just switch to my other team, I think. But, E-Drag, I have 4-piece emblem on her now. I have an HP Sands, Hydro, the same goblet, crit rate goblet, or circlet. I'm late on the raid. Work is boo. Hello, welcome in. No worries if you're late. It is a Wednesday during the workday for most people, so it's just chill vibes today. Let's see if I can enhance it a little bit more now. That's all I've got. Never mind. Yes, at least have 4-piece on her now. I did a little bit of artifact farming last night to try to make them better. But for right now, until I level up all those pieces, it actually made her worse. Because, like, you see, all these characters are, like, right here. Like, here. I'll do it, like, Linny. And Yelan. She was back there before, like, leveled up any of the artifacts. So, she's almost on par, but she's still worse than all my main party. I had a question for the VTubers, actually. What's up? Oh, I see there's an ad, so I shall wait to respond. Well, the knock feature supposedly turns on your webcam automatically if you accept a knock. First, would that mess up your rigging? Back in 96. Yeah, I understand. I will answer that when the ad is over.
Nice and spicy.
Now disappear. And voila!
Oh god. Lurk for your meeting! It shouldn't because your camera is being used by the VTuber and that generally has priority. Get that meet met!
Now disappear.
I think I have to agree, but like, I don't know how it works if you're not streaming. Because like yesterday I was at work and I was lurking in Rothy's stream and it said I could knock. So I just didn't know if like me being on my little Chromebook, it does have a webcam built into it, but I was also worried that it would just turn on that webcam. So I guess it depends. Of course that's a very situational thing. If you're a VTuber though, oh wait, never mind, someone went in early for some reason. What? What does that mean? It went in early.
Loaded.
Why are there enemies here?
Guyan Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated.
I'd say if you're already streaming and you have like
Still affect the
your
area to
camera
this
set
day.
up in your like VTuber software, then maybe it would just use that, but just definitely be cautious about it. I don't see myself using the feature. So I don't think I have anything to worry about.
Into the shadow.
But yeah, definitely be cautious to anybody out there who might think of collabing with others. Don't dock yourself. Someone entered the meeting thing 50 minutes before the meeting is supposed to start, so I have time. Oh, okay.
Ready.
All my characters are popo.
Time to testify. And voila!
Okay, not as garbage, but that still took too long.
Step right up.
Don't be scared. Boba, get them.
Loaded.
Though it's not really an issue for VTubers, it would be more of an issue for no-cam streamers. I think that sounds, yeah, like definitely a bigger concern. But also, I'd say it's just as concerning for both VTubers and no-cam streamers. Also need to grant permission. Yeah, so it is a browser option as well that you could just flip and have it not allow. That'd probably be the best thing. Yeah, assuming they have a cam they just aren't using. Yeah.
And voila!
It was annoying. I was actually tempted so many times to just like hit knock on Rocky's stream, but I was also at work, so I was like, I don't know what it's gonna do. Oh, I need that for Lapis. I could make it. Some might have a built-in cam. Yeah. That just seems like a good way to screw up someone else's stream. So true.
But why?
Who the fuck is this?
See that object in the center? Perhaps it emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly attract them. But the hydro...
Ah! Ah! Ah!
I have a contract and must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead. Defeat them and recover the relic.
Ow!
It's just a stone
Oh
slab.
god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Its design is quite unique. This should be enough to garner some information. Let's head back.
You have to accept it, so they can't just barge in. But if you accidentally accept it, or someone wants to troll you, it could very well mess you up, yeah. I'm gonna barge into like a stream like the Kool-Aid man.
You call yourself a scholar of archaeology? You can't even recognize this or that. What are you good for?
We all
Dude.
have our areas of expertise. I already tried very hard to explain.
Oh, stop arguing! What in the world happened?
This girl just keeps bragging about how she's an archaeologist, but she doesn't even know anything about the surrounding ruins. I even know more than her. She left me to rely solely on guessing, experience, to find anything valuable to take back. Ugh, what a waste of time.
I've just been researching the god of salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange?
It is a bit strange. One shouldn't lack general knowledge in their field.
And you kept asking about how much Mora everything is worth. Can the value of relics only be measured in Mora?
Something, 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 salt.
Isn't
Oh god,
measuring
this
their value
quest.
in Mora the easiest way? This also matches the traditions of Liyue, does it not?
Now, calm down. No need to make a fuss. We were able to bring back some intriguing objects. Let's have a look.
Like it has PTSD apparently.
What a shame. These objects were indeed washed ashore by the Overlord of the Vortex, but they have nothing to do with the god besides being in the vicinity at the time. The stone slab we found, however, has a mysterious pattern and faint aura of divine power.
This quest feels like
Perhaps
the
it
new
will be
Lara
useful
Croft
for
movie.
research purposes.
Quick, give it to me. At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the gods, yes! This is good. Oh, but these other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be enough to cover the cost of hiring you. It's all mine.
So, it's only valuable for research if
there are remnants of divine power on it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the God of Salt is because history can tell us about culture and beliefs. But you're just trying to use archaeology to get rich.
Nonsense! I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear, if I'm lying, may the Lord of Geo strike me down.
No, you're trying to get rich off archaeology.
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that
Or the other one. Strikes him down. Bang! I like the reboot games. They're really fun.
That's
Didn't
not
like the
an
originals at
ancient
all.
teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection. It must have fallen here along with the Jade Chamber. So unless you want to mess with the chi thing...
Ah, I see. What a shame. It was of such high quality, too.
See? You do want to sell these objects!
Everyone's talking about
So
the new
what?
Lara Croft movie.
Why can't I pursue
I
wealth
knew it
both
since 7 years
intellectual
ago.
and material? Don't be so simple-minded. All right, then. No need to stay here any longer. I'm rather quite intrigued by the God of Salt, too, actually. Let's go to Salterai.
Unleash Ninglong on him. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them. Pika's next homework? Oh, great. We've been on an anime kick. Maybe after we watch Frieren. And if Code Geass isn't fully out by then. Yeah, you can finally unlock this area too. I think that's what this is doing, right? Oh, Code Geass should only be 2.5 weeks. Then after Code Geass. When are we doing movie night? You want to do it this weekend?
Hey, can you hear the frogs croaking?
I heard that Salterai was once the home of the God of Salt's people. Therefore, there's sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend,
according to
the God of Salt have
Ordris Meganique d'Annalise Cardinal
lives under her protection. But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that, I know there's a ruin deep in this cave here. It's related to the God of Salt, which is actually how the area originally got its name of Salterai. However, the ruin entrance has been sealed by a mysterious power.
Are y'all busy Saturday?
Nobody has been
we
able
could do
to
it
break the
Saturday.
seal. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal, but when I undid the mechanism, the seal wasn't affected at all. So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the God of Salt.
Is it related to the God of Salt's people? Or Rex Lapis?
I don't know. There's no concrete evidence. But I'm pretty sure the seal is meant to hide some kind of long-forgotten truth. The God of Salt was a benevolent god, adored by the people, not to mention powerful. She wouldn't have any kind of shameful secrets to hide. So, the one who wants to hide some truth is very possibly her killer, Morax.
Your weekends are generally packed.
Sound like something the Lord of Geo would do, though.
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the God of
Well,
Salt
then we
lie
can
within
work
this
around
ruin,
your time.
just waiting for someone
Because
to
we
find
don't have
them,
anything
right?
going on.
You weren't listening
And
at
it
all,
depends on
were you?
Laika.
Even if there's a mountain of treasures inside, nobody can get in if the seal isn't broken.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr. Zhongli with us. He looks like he knows just about everything. A little seal shouldn't be
Oh,
any
the
trouble
Debt
for
Pika
him.
Girl link? Yeah, I'm not
seal
able to
seems
change
be
it.
Quite ancient.
That's why I
Even
have to
Mr.
keep it.
Zhongli may not know all of its secrets.
I may know something about it.
What?
Over the years, I've heard various rumors with bits of knowledge about seals. Although their references seem rather disorderly, they do in fact contain the secret to breaking seals.
Yeah, I remember.
Let's go take a look at the mechanism Miss Wanyan just mentioned.
Okay, since Mr. Zhongli says so, follow me then.
Okay, wait, what? Yeah, I think I have to go this way. Oh, I can tell this is gonna be a pain. Okay, now is meeting. Have a good meeting. You saw that last stream. It's all Pika.
Ready. Now disappear.
Okay, it's not so bad as I thought it would be.
Here it is. There's some debris scattered here that, when put together, look like they definitely had to do with the god of salt. See that? Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Another?
Let me
Now disappear. Among the sea of butterflies.
Huh, I remember. I think there's some elemental monuments here. So you're saying they're related to all this? When I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me.
Illusions of the past.
But when we lit up all the elemental monuments, nothing happened.
Very relevant
That's
to
because
this.
you don't just need to activate them at the same time, but in a certain order as well. Otherwise, the seal will not be broken. The secret to this puzzle is hidden in the legends about the Archon War. Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. All desolate and devoid of life. Liyue is vast, yet even one haven is hard to find.
South,
To the
east,
north, to the
west.
east. Do the people of Liyue always talk in riddles?
Shut the fuck up.
I think I've heard this saying before.
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of salt. To provide a haven
Let me
for
add
the
it before I forget the
whose
riddle.
lives had been ravaged by the Archon War. This benevolent god searched all across Liyue. At that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, even one sliver of peace was a luxury. And that haven she eventually found is right here. Today, it is known as Sal Turai.
How sad then. In the end, this peaceful place was destroyed by Morax.
Okay, enough with these ancient stories. Now that we have the clue, hurry up and break the seal. Whatever happened doesn't matter as long as we can get inside that ruin.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang
Okay,
in the
thank you
east,
for repeating it.
Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. With
South,
this clue,
east,
you should be able to
something
solve the puzzle.
Was forgot already. Just said it. Okay, it is over here. Okay, so this is south. Oh, hi.
Into the shadows.
Ah.
Step right up. Guess this'll go into my magic pocket.
And
Loaded.
then east. West. North. Okay.
Look! The seal really was broken! Mr. Zhongli
cool.
is indeed quite remarkable.
It was nothing, really. Now, it's time that people learn the hidden truth lost to time.
I didn't think I'd make it across, so I came over here.
Before entering the ruin, I have a proposal that will help us prevent the kind of senseless arguing between you two that we saw at Guyonstone Forest.
Okay. What is it?
I propose you two agree upon a contract, stipulating that we alternate who gets claim to each treasure we encounter, with only one object permitted per claim. To show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure. This will just be between you all.
I won't take any either.
Hey! Don't pass an opportunity like this up so easily!
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split the treasure with this amateur archaeologist?
Bruh.
No, absolutely not.
I don't agree either. He will only defile the precious relics left behind by the god of salt. I can't accept this.
Well then, if the contract is not agreed upon, I will no longer serve as your consultant on this expedition.
My heart is so full.
You will have to rely on your own
This
experience
girl.
to find whatever treasures are hidden in this ruin, as well as traps.
You have the audacity to demand this. Okay then. Even half of the treasure in the long-sealed ruin of the God of Salt should be enough to make a fortune.
If you want me to agree upon this contract, so be it. I just have one request, Mr. Zhongli. If we discover the truth behind the God of Salt, you must judge it fairly, even if the truth harms Morax's image.
I can accept this arrangement.
A fun Star Rail achievement?
Let's
Receive
go.
a sticker in chat of the opposite gender trailblazer. Interesting. Alright, everyone send me Salus in Star Rail. Right now. Oh! Wow, it did it. First time. It, disconnected my Bluetooth and my, PC face. Right here, right now, emerge! It's weird that oh, now it just disconnected. Well, at least it took over 3 hours, true. Let me turn off this stuff. Not that that's actually connected to my computer. I could turn that off. I'm back, I'm good. That was annoying. But it's always annoying. I really need core lapis, y'all. I'm sorry. I have to farm it. Oh, I got this one too. Cool. Don't need those. I need core lapis. Woo!
Ready.
Click to explore the cave and enter the ruins. Did I not? Oh, okay.
Loaded.
I know there's core lapis over there. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, and a chest!
If these items are
Woo!
unclaimed, we may take them without controversy.
Oh, come on. There's 3 of them over here. I need Geo in here? Well, that's too bad. Carbon core laugh. This is so rough. Let me know if you need extra. Wait, this is EU. Yeah. Let Rothy know if you need extra. They give you Zhongli? Great. Good to know. So glad. Peekaberry face and blanket. Yes. I EP. So EP. I peek. Peek a peek. So glad. Oh my gosh. So EP. These are my best characters. I have to go with it. And I have such an EP girl behind me. She's so cute. I need to check Discord. She's so precious. Sure. I almost made him say it.
Are these statues?
No.
They appear to be made of salt.
These are people.
Oh.
Duh.
They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world?
Rise.
In this ruin?
Do I use my pillar to get up there? No? Okay. Oh, I get up there. Hey. Woo! Use my pillar to get up. Oh, okay. I see how it is. What? Oh, that works. He's transfixed in an earnest posture. An earnest posture.
Look at this. It's filled halfway with salt.
It just looks like a fancy salt holder. Seems like the god of salt was a god lacking in treasures.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it is bottomless.
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside won't change?
Or a truce. Mechanique.
Exactly.
Then it is. Cardinal.
Able to produce endless salt. The god of salt is powerful indeed.
Finally, after all that effort, I've found precious treasure. I claim this as mine. I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or
Bottomless salt. Sounds like a god lobby.
I can sell it and make a fortune.
Oh my god.
Hey, how can you use a relic of the god of salt for such a shallow pursuit?
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next object we find will belong to Miss Wanyan, according to the contract agreed upon.
Of course, as we agreed. But how can anything be worth more than this rare find?
Since we have a contract, it's no use for me to fight with him.
Then let's move on, shall we?
Solidify!
Eat this! Nice and spicy.
What? Oh, I see.
Stabilize!
I fucked that up. Ugh. Wait, what constellation is this? Oh, C3. I was like, wait a minute, there shouldn't be 2 pillars.
Gather.
Yay. What? Are you telling me I have to do 2 pillars?
Stabilize.
Like, watch the other one break. What? Okay, what am I doing wrong? Because that enemy's still alive?
Boba, get them!
Enemy behind you? Really? That was the reason? Okay. Ugh, and I missed again.
Order guide you.
I did that on purpose.
Gather. Stabilize.
Yay! Wow, that's because that stupid enemy. Guess I don't need to keep using his E-hold. I
Just a
will.
simple ruler. Doesn't
I
look
need
to
to
be
get into
worth
good
anything.
habits.
This, if I remember correctly, this is some kind of measuring tool.
Indeed. But the god of salt imbued it with another power. When you stick this
It's a longer
ruler in the
cooldown.
ground, the surrounding area will become covered in salt, much like a rising tide
I
covers
could
the
aim
earth.
better. Shut up.
The deeper
Sorry.
it is stuck in the ground, the more
I
salt
figured
will
it out,
appear.
okay?
It is essentially a bumper harvest of salt.
What? That's even better than the salt chalice.
Well then, according to our contract, the salt ruler goes to Miss Wanyan.
No, unacceptable. I paid for and organized this entire expedition. Why should I get the short end of the stick? And this girl has been useless. Why would she get anything?
Then Elise.
Here we go again.
Are you doing that every time he says according to? While we're on the topic of useless
So you
people.
were saying you want to break the contract?
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanisms in this ruin work, I no longer need you. Let's not forget who hired who here.
Maybe.
Why should I let you make the rules?
Because you agreed to a contract. Rex Lapis once said, ones who break their contracts shall suffer the wrath of the rock.
That is one of your Liyue gods. I am from Snezhnaya. I
Will suffer the wrath of the rock. You may find it rather unpleasant.
Pay your dues. Gather.
Nice and spicy. Stay put.
Time to testify. Loaded it.
That was actually pretty good. Pretty fast. If only there was a rock you could drop on this guy.
shall
Yeah, if only I
confiscate
didn't
your
accidentally
treasure
use
as
my
well.
Q.
You are not worthy to continue any further into the ruin. Leave this place.
Oh, darn you! Just you wait.
Welcome back, Keydrag. Yes, it was on purpose.
Archaeological survey. He could only pretend for so long.
At least we had our guard up. I hope you never become as greedy as him, Paimon.
Hey, Paimon likes Mora, but Paimon doesn't do bad things.
Clement's wrongdoing stemmed from greed, yes. But besides greed, there are many other things that may tempt us to break contracts. When people see the object of their dreams, how many are really able to control their desire and follow the contract. I think we should be honest with each other now.
Huh? Be honest about what?
That in truth, not a single member of this archaeological expedition came here for archaeology.
Why do you say that?
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize naught but a few simple relics. However, you are an expert when it comes to anything regarding the god of salt. You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. What you're really interested in is the god of salt. I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the Pearl Galley are passed down between generations at Yinyuan Hall.
Okay, that's enough. Sir, you are indeed a man of great knowledge and talents. I seem to have been right to seek you out once I plucked up my courage. You're right. I'm not a scholar of archaeology. I come from one of the 8 trades under the jurisdiction of the Qixing, Yinyuan Hall of the salt industry. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago.
There's a chest somewhere?
The Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Okay. Oh yes, we're gonna let's watch Your Name. That sounds amazing. Come to think of it, I've never heard you say Rex Lapis. Never heard you say Lord of Geo.
Oh, right! Now that you mention it, the people of Liyue very seldom use the name Morax.
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. He left us alone and lost in the world. We hate him! But this is Morax's Liyue after all. And its history is written as he wishes. So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. He has blood on his hands and cruelty in his heart. We agreed to a contract that we will face the truth head on, didn't we, Mr. Zhongli? You must judge this history fairly.
Naturally, of course. But I must add, Liyue is no longer Morax's Liyue. Come with me. All the answers you seek lie ahead.
Wait, there's a chest. You said there was a chest. I'm not gonna forget it. Wait, can I even get it right now? Or did I pass it up? Do I have to keep going? I'm a little confused now. Like, I see the chest. Oh, I see. I'm done. I got it, I got it. Alright, I'll come back around. You'll come around to it. Okay, I got it. No, I'm anxious. They always like to hide chests.
Solidify!
What?
Quake! Rise! Crumble!
Boba, get them!
Let's get this show on the road. Now disappear.
Gather! I will have order. Solidify!
When evil lurks, shoot on sight into the shadows.
This is a sword? Aha! It's a broken sword! This is proof! This proves that the God of Salt had to fight back against the evil Morax. But sadly, she was defeated. The power of this sword surely is much greater than that of the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler. If we can repair the sword, then we can show the world the mighty power of the God of Salt.
It does look like something left behind after being defeated in battle.
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According to the contract, you can only claim 1.
Where's the card now, Rothy?
We were alternating claims to treasure, true. But
There you
Clement is no
go.
longer
Things
here.
like
Yes, but the only 1 object per claim clause still holds true. You cannot take 2 relics at the same time.
This logic.
Zhongli, she seems like a good person, and no one is fighting over the treasure. How about you let this one slide, huh?
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide. If the contract is not followed, then it is broken.
No. If I only take 1/2, then it can't be repaired. And the power of the God of Salt cannot be restored. No matter what, I must be faithful to her. Even if it breaks the contract, I don't care.
So you are already decided? Then there is a price to pay for breaking the contract.
Zhongli!
That is to say, you consign yourself to suffer the wrath of the rock.
That's okay. The God of Salt gave up her life to protect her people. My sacrifice is nothing compared to that. Punish me however you want. Just let me take this proof of my faith.
No, you can't hit her!
Perhaps that punishment would be easier for her. But as punishment, I will tell you the truth.
Huh? The truth? You mean the truth is my punishment?
Yes. The truth that I am about to tell you shall be your price to pay for breaking the contract.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say that the God of Salt, Havria, was not the powerful god you imagine her to be. Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost, never able to win a seat among the 7.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Teyvat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people from the war. However, during such a long war, there is no end to the advances of aggressors. After making countless concessions, Havria lost all of her lands, until only one small haven remained.
No! It can't be so!
In her last days, she had not even a single blade to defend her people with.
Not even a single blade? Then...
This sword is not a relic belonging to the God of Salt, but is instead the murder weapon used to kill her.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't be true! You're trying to test my faith in the God of Salt!
As I said before, I only state the facts.
Preposterous! You are a follower of Morax! Don't try to trick me!
Hey! Come back!
That was too much for her to take. What you said really is true, right?
Indeed. Otherwise, why would I use the truth as punishment? I did not want to tell her such cruel facts. But the contract was broken. Let's follow her deeper into the ruin. There, I fear, we will find something that will leave her no choice but to face the truth.
I'm pressing V! Oh, I was pressing V. Pressing V now. Catch up. Okay, so we're just going back. I'm assuming.
Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
Salt. And betrayal.
What are all these? What did they see? What did they do? What happened?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door will show you all that happened back then.
Is she not like... How does he know all these things? How does he know what to do and where to go? Who is this guy? He's in a rock band.
This is the scene of the crime.
It's key line. More
His
axe.
body dissipated, leaving nothing but these traces of salt.
Lumberjack?
Her dying moments
Just the
have
salt of
since
the
been
earth guy.
frozen in time to this very day.
Navia
The story
provides him with more
continues
axe.
That some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god could never protect anyone in wartime. The Archon War was cruel in the extreme. Instead of consigning her to the agony of defeat, they thought perhaps it would be better to give her a quick release.
But what about these statue thingies?
They're people! Jesus,
No
Paimon.
matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Liyue, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had laid upon them an eternal curse. So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword and offer up obeisances in hopes that her anger might be appeased. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart?
Even if this is so, I can't! This must be a lie. A false history, all of it! Don't you dare try to shake my faith!
Yikes. Zhongli didn't show any mercy this time either.
This is the price she must pay. Yet I would not call it a bad thing. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, simply recognizing the truth is good enough for now.
You seem all too familiar with what happened to the God of Salt. You didn't just hear rumors about the way to break the seal, did you?
Indeed. In ages past, Havria's story served as a warning to me as well. Faith in a god who has already passed will do you no good. So it is for Havria. And so it is for Morax
Is
also.
the anger guy gone? He was a buzzkill. The people of Liyue will understand that one day.
All right then. Now, would you like to accompany me in taking a trip to Guyonstone Forest?
Huh? What do you want to do, Zhongli?
Treading old ground, telling old stories. One cannot help but be reminded of old acquaintances.
Yay! Oh, I need you! I need all of you! I wasn't paying attention! Okay, I move on. Ugh. Oh, hi! Bruh. Like, I have to go around this way. Because it's all the way up there. Should have gone the other way. Ugh.
You're toast! Out of the frying pan, it's ready, go!
Step right up.
Don't be scared!
Move it. Time to testify.
Killblade! Boba, get them!
Into the shadows.
Strongly.
Now, I mentioned before that many gods of old have been sealed beneath the Guyan stone forest. The Adepti have presently handed Liyue over to mortals, and Havria's time was even further in the past. The Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler that she left behind should not return to Liyue. To leave them here is to let them slumber. And it is also a homecoming.
So, what would you like us to do?
I ended an era with my own two hands. I've always wondered how I should remember that which I ended. History
Osmeth the
records,
swine.
but history may be changed. This incident proved that. Time is a mighty force, and history's twist in its flow. I need to find a better way of recording history in order to engrave its truth. Stone carvings were one such ancient method, but unchanging stone, immovable earth, even one such as myself. Someday we may all disappear.
Zhongli.
Therefore, I thought of you, traveler. You are one who crosses the celestial atlas, and who passes through countless worlds. If our history is engraved in your memory, it will one day accompany you into another world. As long as a traveler like you is able to record what happened, then a backup of sorts will exist for times and tides of Teyvat.
Oh, that's why you wanted us to come with you. So you didn't just bring me along to find treasure?
Sounds like tough work.
Now then, it is time that we consigned both the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler to the sea.
Huh? Why do we need to throw them into the sea?
As I said before, this is the place to which the remnants of many bygone gods are consigned.
I think Farina
this includes Osiel,
is like
Overlord
500 years old. I think
the Jade Chamber most
Venti
recently
and
returned
Zhongli
to this
have been
ocean
alive
prison.
for longer.
Thousands of years ago,
Oh, cutscene.
the Adepti and I fought against the turmoil that plagued every corner of this land. Guyan Stone Forest, where I sealed many gods with my spears. After so long, naught but folk tales remain. Osiel, you and I were foes, but our ancient grudge is but a bygone memory now. May that which Havria has left behind be yours to subsume. And thus another spark of divinity departs from Liyue. My legacy shall now be left to those who come after to debate.
Yay! Part 1! Okay, well that didn't unlock Ajdaha. I'm guessing that's part 2. So... I'll unlock it. Claim that. Is there anyone I can unlock now that I did his? No. Look at all these that I have to do someday. So many. Big pudgy problem. Alright. Well, I've been streaming for about 4 hours now. I still have work tomorrow, so I'm gonna head off for today. But I'll be back on Friday. Probably going to just be doing kind of like a co-working stream, but I'll be just running around with the treasure compass. So it'll be super chill, and Rothy should be streaming.
Most of them I defeated.
So...
The rest surrendered.
Yeah, hold on.
No.
Let's find somebody to raid. 2 stream, 1 house? Yes. Yay, Friday Pika, thanks for the stream. Thanks for the stream. Oh, okay, Rose, hi! And I guess goodbye, because I'm about to leave. I still have to figure out who to raid first. Who was on? Here, let's put on some jams. Well, just Netlin. Oh god, that's loud. Okay, that's better. Who was live? I kind of want to just dash, so I think I'm just gonna raid, like, There's kitties, there's fishies, there's puppies, duckies, of course bunnies, dash ducks, cause dashing. Do I have dash ducks somewhere? I have Taco Avoy. Those are the ducks. Let's do kitties, I think. Let's see, mute, site. Oh, there's an EP baby, but we could do birds. There's an ad I can't see. I can kind of see. What about the puppy ones? Oh my god, look at all those puppies. Okay, we're doing puppies. And first I'll do this. And this. Oh, follower or subscriber only chat. That's okay. And it's just puppies. Of course, there's an ad break right now. Such bad timing. I'm so sorry. Well, thank y'all so much for coming to my stream. I'll see you all on Friday. I hope you have a good rest of your week, and I'll see you Friday. Bye-bye.